Hello, 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 folks. How we doing? Hope y'all are having a great Sunday so far. We're gonna get started here in about 1 minute. Hey, Antonio, how's it going? I hope you're having a good weekend. Hey, Quad Shot, good to see you again. Yeah, it should be a fun stream today. We're gonna be hanging out. We are gonna be hopefully learning Vim, and also this is gonna be a really chill stream. We're just gonna be, doing some Q&A if you want, talking about whatever. It's all good. Hey, Pedro. I'm doing fine. How are you? Hey, Dev Puddle. Tony says my season starts with renting boats. Oh, so you're the one people are renting boats from? Am I understanding that right? After that, I'm on 230 days of holiday. Wow. Yeah, plenty of time to learn coding. That's great. All right. Hello, folks. Welcome. My head is bigger today. My face is larger on the screen because we are going to be working in Vim Tutor today, which will not be taking up the entire screen at all. So I made my face a little bigger. Antonio says, I want to close my company and go into coding. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. The tech industry is great to get into for a lot of reasons. And yeah, it's nice that you already have a company that is successful enough for you that, you have an income stream. And then once you're stable in the tech industry, you can go on to another income stream. That's awesome. Antonio says, can't wait to watch all your videos on YouTube. There's plenty of it. Yeah, there are. Thank you for bringing that up, Antonio. I do have a YouTube channel where my entire archive is located. And the best thing about that YouTube channel is that it is ad free. So if you don't like ads, then I have a channel for you. You can do exclamation point YouTube in chat if you need a link for that. Constance says, yes, Antonio, do it. Absolutely. I also have new I also have new alerts. So hopefully that didn't just blow out your eardrums. If it did, let me know. And I can adjust levels, but yeah, I have some new alerts as well. Oh, yes, of course. Smiley face. Good to see you. Yeah, that was great. Congratulations on bigger head. Thank you. Thank you for the follow, Najim Codes, by the way. Much appreciated. All right. So, what are we doing today? Well, today we are fulfilling a channel points redemption. So, one of the, I think maybe the most expensive redemption on my channel is that someone gets to suggest what our stream topic is going to be. And so, what Dr. underscore Moto suggested a couple weeks ago was to do a stream where I learn Vim using Vim Tutor. So they don't usually show up, I think, at the beginning of the stream, but hopefully they'll be here eventually. But yeah, Dr. Moto requested this topic, um, and so I'm happy to do it. And because Vim is something that I've heard a lot about, I know a lot of the jokes about Vim, and I think it's really useful to learn Vim as well. And I can say from personal experience, I wish I would have known some of the commands that we're going to learn today, because I encountered a similar text editor at work and I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to use it and it was really confusing. I had to have someone hold my hand and walk me through it. And if I'd have known just a few of these commands, I would have been much quicker. Oh, hey, Dr. Motor, you are here. Good. Good to see you. Oh, thank you, R. Sims. Yeah, and also thank you all for the 6,000 subscribers. Sorry, followers. I always get that confused between social media channels. I apologize. Followers. Thank you so much for the 6,000 followers. Wow, yeah, much appreciated. It's been wild. I love it. It's great. So yes, thank you all. You're the ones that did it. Icefire says, "Huh? What's Vim?" Oh, Dr. Moto. Thank you so much for the sub. Stupid alert is still not showing. I got brand new alerts for you guys, and the stupid subs are still not showing up. So, Dr. Moto, I have pinned your. Oh, there it goes! Yay! It's working. It's working.
Dr. _Moto just subscribed with Prime.
I'm happy. Thank you so much for the Prime sub, Dr. Moto. Prime subs are great because they don't cost you anything, and that's what I like the most. You shouldn't have to pay for any of this, and Prime subs are great for that. Hey, Mobby, you got caught in the auto mod, but I'll allow it. Oh, sorry, I need to turn off that auto post from Moobot. It's posting the code from last week. I apologize for that. Um, 1 second, let me turn that off. Arsim says, "What are we working on today?" Today we are learning Vim. This was a redemption by the wonderful Dr. Moto, and they wanted me to learn Vim using Vim Tutor, which is a built-in tutor, which is bundled up with Vim. So we're going to talk about what Vim is first, what it's for, why it exists, and then we're going to go into Vim Tutor, and I'm going to learn a little bit about what the heck to do with Vim. Yeah. Automod does not does even allow misspells. I feel attacked. Yeah, Automod is pretty thorough. Yeah, Arwen says watched all 8 streams on React plus the 7-hour tutorial all last week. Thank you. Yeah, no, we did an 8-part React, 8-part set of React streams, a series of React streams from very beginning, knowing nothing about React, all the way up to some pretty advanced topics, and then we built a frickin' project using our React skills. All of the whole so I think parts 1 through 7 are on YouTube right now. Part 8 and the project that we did will be on YouTube very soon for you to consume at your leisure. So yeah, it was fun. We learned a lot. I feel like I understand React so much better now. Antonio says, Mine Wolf, any information about next cohort? Antonio there is referring to the 100 devs cohort. Cohort 2 finished last November. I do not have any information on the next cohort as of yet. I will, as soon as I know anything, I will tell you. I don't really have inside baseball there, unfortunately. I wish I did, but I don't. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Mobby. Arwen said somebody asked Leon the other day. He said maybe end of summer. Okay, sure. No worries, Antonio. That's fine. Yeah, I'm sure Leon will put it out far and wide as soon as he is starting up the next cohort. That would be nice indeed. I'm going to change my MooBot setting real quick so it doesn't auto post the project code from last week. Give me 1 second to do that. Oh, and you'll also see on my screen some keystrokes are popping up. And as I'm going through the Vim tutorial today, Vim is a very keystroke heavy software. It's meant to be controlled primarily with your keyboard. So I have some keystroke software going. I'm going to turn that off for a second. I'll turn it back on when we're ready. So hopefully that'll allow you to visualize my keystrokes as we're going through the tutorial. So 1 sec. Okay, I believe I have turned off automatic project poster. All right, so let's talk about Vim. What is it, and why do we care about it? So, Vim, you can learn about Vim at vim.org. It's free software, and it is the ubiquitous text editor. And yeah, that's basically what it is. It's a highly capable text editor. And if you are familiar with Unix systems at all, you may have already used something called V, which is built in with Unix. I have personally used V at work. I had to access a Unix server, and inside that Unix server, there was really no, no GUI, no user interface at all. Everything you do on that server had to be done via text commands, and those text commands were entered using V. And I did not know how to do it. I had to have one of the folks, one of the very experienced folks who started out on Unix mainframes, um, basically hold my hand and walk me through what the heck I was supposed to be doing. And so if I'd have known a little bit of Vim, I would have been much better off. And yeah, Vim is very stable. It's free. It's very stable. And it's got a lot of plugins and tools. Now you might say, why would I use Vim as a text editor at all when I have VS Code, right? Well, there are some coders here on Twitch and elsewhere, and lots of folks that really swear by Vim as their primary code editor. And mostly the reason why is that once you're familiar with the commands and you get that muscle memory, you can be much faster. You can accomplish tasks incredibly quickly, much faster than you would normally with just memorized keyboard commands. Yeah. And also, if you ever have to interact with a Unix server, you're going to need to know this stuff anyway. And I mean, heck, once you're in the corporate world, that's likely something you'll have to do at some point. Exactly. Mavi says you'll need to know how to escape it or you'll be stuck there. It happened to Kurt Russell. Yeah, and even if nothing else, you should know how to quit Vim. Because if you are working in, for example, if you've ever been in Git and you've tried to do a commit message, and you didn't do a single line message, then it will try to open that up and you have to know how to quit it. It'll try to say, oh, you wanted to do a multi-line message, huh? And you got to know the right command to get out of that. And that's a, yeah. And so it's just good stuff to know. Antonio says, I started to like the command line interface more than GUI. It's more fun and looks interesting when you do it. Personally, yeah, I like, so that's kind of the allure of Vim, right? I like doing my Git commands via the command line because it's faster. Then, yeah, I could open VS Code and I could do these commands using the GUI that's built into VS Code. It works great. It's fine. But the command line is faster. And so I do my Git stuff via the command line rather than the GUI. It's not that one is better than the other, one is faster and I know how to use it, so I use the command line. And so I think that's the allure of Vim. If you're good at it, then it's incredibly fast. Dr. Moto says, I just hate reaching for the mouse. Absolutely, yeah. If you don't have to, then why would you? Right? Exactly. Antonio gives a good example there. Using copy paste is really fast if you know the keyboard commands, right? Control C, Control V. And it's much faster than clicking with the mouse. Both work, but one is much faster. And Dr. Moto says once you know Vim, you can use its key bindings in VS Code and in your browser with Vimums. Yeah, so you can then, bring the speed and utility of those commands into VS Code once you know them. Yeah, McDir and Touch. Yeah, exactly. Look profesh using Vim shortcuts for days. Yeah, of course. All right, so yeah, about Vim, some of the stuff we already talked about. Vim is an advanced text editor that seeks to provide the power of the de facto Unix editor V, which is the only one that I've used before, and it gives a more complete feature set. And the nice thing is, it's extremely lightweight. You can run it on a potato. You can download it right here. If you want to download Vim, I'll put the link in chat. Hey, Ahmed, how's it going? That's the link to download Vim if you would like to give it a try and follow along today. Yeah, and it runs, you can run it on an Amiga. You can run it on Atari. You can run it on literally any system that has a computer chip, I think could probably run Vim. I think a potato, if you ran a circuit through it, could run Vim. And so that's a nice thing as well. Yeah, it can run anywhere. Drunk Goat says, what about a fridge? Yeah, with some of those smart fridges today, I'm sure it can do it. Absolutely. All right, so I've already downloaded and installed Vim, and Vim comes bundled with Vim Tutor. Um, yeah, of course, I will upload that on. Yeah, it's great to see you as well, Antonio. I will upload this on YouTube. It's in a couple weeks probably, and you'll be able to watch it then. Dr. Moto Antonio runs a boat rental business. Yeah, they run a boat rental business. Ahmed says, "How old is Vim?" That's a great question. The first version. I mean, it runs on an Atari, so let me see. So about Vim, it won the Linux Journal 2001 Reader's Choice Award. So at least 22 years old. Probably older than that though. Yeah, judging by the website, I would say late 90s, but maybe older than that. Yeah, and I think probably the basics are much older. Arwen, oh, Arwen knows. Um, so, according to Google, Vim was created in 1991. Now, I know that Vim stands for literally V improved. So, the built-in Linux text editor, or sorry, Unix text editor, um, and then improved. The improved version is Vim. Yeah, so it's based like Quadshot said. VI, VI, right, is the original for Unix. It is based on that Quadshot, yes, and Vim is VI improved. Yeah. Okay. So you can feel free to browse around this site, download Vim if you'd like to follow along today. Vim Tutor comes bundled with Vim, and if you want to run it, you can just oops, sorry, you can after you've installed Vim, you can just go to your start menu and search for Vim Tutor, and it should be an application that you can open. Or you can just follow along here on the screen, or plenty of sites have this entire script, and so you could just open it in a browser window if you want, and follow along through the script in a browser window. All right, so let's get started. Can everybody see? Can everybody read the text that I have on my screen here? Because this is what we're going to be following. We're going to be making edits directly in this window. Happy Flaps says, I'm also learning Vim. Yay! Yay, Happy Flaps. Okay, good. I'm glad you can see it. I'm going to minimize this to minimize distractions. Um, and I'm also going to turn on my keyboard visualizer. So you'll see my keystrokes appear at the bottom of the screen as we're going through this. Hopefully that helps. If it's distracting, let me know and we can turn it off. But I'm hoping that seeing my keystrokes as we go will be helpful for you. All right, so welcome to the Vim Tutor. This is version 1.7, as far as I know, the most recent version. And this tutorial opens directly in Vim, so we're going to be making edits directly in this window. So what is Vim? Vim is a very powerful text editor that has many commands, and too many to explain in a tutor such as this. Absolutely. This tutor is designed to describe enough of the commands that you will be able to easily use Vim as an all-purpose editor. The approximate time required to complete the tutor is 30 minutes. Ha! We all know how time estimates work on my stream. All right, take your bets. How long do you think it's actually going to take us? I wanna throw it out there. How long is it going to take us? Given how these other projects go, for reference, if you're new to my stream, last week we went through a tutorial that was a 1 hour YouTube video, and it took us 7 hours. So, what do y'all think? Hit me. Arwen says 3.5 based on Kitten Store. Yeah. I love all the math that's going on here. Factory in kitten time. Hey, Madeline. Good to see ya. Did you get to see your kitten on stream last time? I wasn't sure if you'd already left yet. Ah, you haven't. Okay. If you're able to stick around for the first break today, I will get your kitten and bring them on stream again because you didn't get to see them last time. Awesome. RDT says 2 hours. That's optimistic. All right. Well, we'll see who gets close enough. We've got it. We've got it on paper now. We'll see who gets close enough to that estimate. QX says 10 beers long. All right, you, my friend. 1 hour to exit Vim. T says 3 hours minimum, 3.5 with kitten. All right, we got a lot of. I'm feeling the 3 to 4 hour range. We'll see. Yeah. 4 hours. Yeah. Hey, Ratsq, how's it going? All right. So, and also too, I want this to be kind of a low key Q&A stream as well. We're not going to go at any kind of breakneck pace. Break is around 1 PST. Yeah, so it'll be at the top of the next hour. Whatever time that is for you, that will be our next break at the top of the next hour. For me, it's 4 o'clock, but for others, that will be different. Exactly. Okay. Yeah, so approximate time to complete the tutor is 30 minutes. We'll see how that goes. The commands in these lessons will modify the text. You can make a copy of the file if you want. I'm not going to bother with that. We started Vim Tutor. It's already a copy. It's fine. This tutor is set up to teach by use. That means you need to execute the commands to learn them properly. I absolutely agree with that. If you only read the text, you will forget the commands. Absolutely. We talk about that a lot. The best way to learn is by doing. I would highly recommend you follow along if you are able to do so by like actually doing the commands. Um, Make sure that your caps lock key is not depressed. Mine is off, so caps lock is off. I just turned it off. Um, and press the J key enough times to move the cursor so that lesson 1.1 completely fills the screen. Okay, I'm pressing J. Oh, I need to actually click in the window. Sorry. There we go. All right. So now we can see that my cursor is that black flashing bar there. And as I push J, it is scrolling down. All right. Go down a little bit more. Hey, Bird of Bad Omens. Welcome to the stream. We're learning Vim. RDT poll. Thank you for the sub. Serious Scaper, thank you for the sub. I'm pinning both of those. Pin. Pin. All right. Extinction. Yeah, we were talking about that. I don't know why the alerts aren't working. I apologize, but RDT and Serious Scaper, thank you so much for the subs. It's incredibly appreciated. Thank you. All right, set an alarm to come back. That's awesome, Madeline. Use your cat moons. All right. So, lesson 1.1 is moving the cursor. To move the cursor, press the H, J, K, and L keys as indicated. They've given us a little map there of what those do. So if you're a gamer, you might be used to using the W, A, S, and D keys to move. But this uses a different control set, which is H, J, K, and L. So I'm going to practice those a little bit. My flashing cursor is down here. I'm going to move my mouse away. And so we can see that pressing H moves to the left. Oh, thank you for the follow, KNOTF. And pressing L moves to the right. This is really weird. I'm used to WASD, and this is really weird. But that's why. That's why we practice, right? H, L, H, L, and J moves down, and K moves up. Okay. Good stuff. And we can see that when I move to the left and right, when I reach the end of the line, when I reach the end of the populated line, I can't go any farther. So the cursor is limited to where there's actually text. I can go all the way to the left because this is white space. These are tabs. So I'm scrolling through these tabs as well. All right, so K is up, J is down. All right, that's so weird. Yeah, wild. Typing home keys. Yeah, it's basically, yeah, it's the home row, right? If you're familiar with proper typing, learning typing, we call this the home row for your right hand. So it's right there where your right hand is comfortable. Those are that's the home row. All right, I'm going to go, and it says also too, if you're ever unsure about something that so first thing, move the cursor on the screen. We did that. Hold down the J key until now you know how to move to the next lesson. Using the down key, move to lesson 1.2. If you're ever unsure about something that you type, press escape to place you in normal mode, then retype the command that you wanted. Yeah, and we're probably going to talk about this more, but the escape key is pretty important in switching between modes for navigating versus typing. And the cursor keys should also work, and they do. So you can see I'm hitting arrow keys here. So if you want to, you can also use the arrow keys and those work for navigation as well. But using the HJKL, you will be able to move around much faster once you get used to it, really. Yes, to exit Vim, you could also power off your PC. Yep, home row or arrow keys, both of those work. All right, I'm going to try to using the home row though, because I'm trying to do it right. So, lesson 1.2, exiting Vim. I love that that's the second lesson. That's the best part. Very important to know how to actually leave. Now, um, the GUI that I'm using here, the GUI window that we have here, user interface window, has a lot of traditional clickable buttons, right? Including the friendly X. So if I were to click this, I would be able to exit just fine. However, you may find yourself in a situation where you don't have any kind of a GUI and you are stuck inside of a command only environment, or you're working in a command line that you don't want to lose everything you've already done by exiting the entire thing. So, before executing any of the steps below, read the entire lesson. Press the escape key to make sure that you're in normal mode. All right, I've pressed escape. Type :Q exclamation point. I'm not going to do that yet. They told us to read the entire thing. Got to pay attention. This exits the editor, discarding any changes you have made. Get back here by executing the command that got you into this tutor. That might be vimtutor enter. Yeah. Um, if you have these steps memorized and are confident, execute steps 1 through 3 to exit and re-enter the editor. Now, :Q exclamation point enter discards any changes you have made. In a few lessons, you will learn how to save changes instead. All right, so we're going to practice that. To exit Vim, blow up the nearest power distributor. Oh my god. Yeah, exactly. So when we say normal mode, and I'm sure we'll learn more about this later, but normal mode is basically just when you see the blinky cursor, right? Like we see now, blinky cursor, versus actually being able to type text, and you can toggle that on and off with the escape key. Yeah. Hey, Danny McGee. Yes, we are using Vim Tutor today. All right, so let's try this. Um, all right, I don't know. I've lost track of what mode I'm in, so let's see. Nope. Okay. Oop. So :Q exclamation point. Nope. I'm failing at the first task. Oh, there it goes. It's down at the bottom. That's why I didn't see it. All right. :Q exclamation point. You see that down there in the bottom left? I didn't. When I hit the escape key, I was able to switch my mode to typing mode. And then if I hit enter, it should exit. Yay! We successfully quit the program. All right. That's incredibly valuable to have. And we're going to go back into it. And I got to change my font size again. And what did I have it before? Ah, crap. I should have looked. 24, I think. There you go. All right. So we successfully exited Vim. Good for us. And when you noticed, you saw that the commands I was actually typing moved themselves down to the bottom of the window. So I'm going to use the proper keys to scroll down instead of the mouse wheel because I'm good at learning. First try. Ratsky says first try. Yeah, that was totally the first try, and not like the fourth, right? Yeah, big Vim. Bird of Bad Omen says, does anybody know .NET or Spring here? I do not. There may be some folks in chat who do, though. All right, lesson 1.3, text editing deletion. So press X to delete the character under the cursor. And so by that, they mean whatever character your cursor is on top of. So the flashing bar. So I think they'll give us an opportunity to do that. So to fix the errors, move the cursor until it is on top of the character to be deleted. All right, I'm using the home row in order to do this. So I'm using K to scroll up and I'm using L to move to the right. And then I'm on top of the misspelling here. So if I hit X, we can see that that extra C has been deleted. Cool. And I'm going to delete the extra D, the extra V, R, H, and O. That was actually really fast. That was much easier than, obviously much easier than using the mouse. Um, and it was nice to very clearly see what letters are going to be deleted without having to drag over or use a two-handed keyboard shortcut to highlight a line. Yeah, if anybody can answer Bird of Bad Omens question, feel free to do so. I'm afraid I can't, but there may be some smart folks in here who can. So I think this looks pretty good. Any questions on what we just did there? RatsQ says, nice tutorial. Where did you find it? This is built in with Vim. So if you download Vim, it should come preloaded with Vim Tutor. And so if you go to, your, I just went into my search bar and searched for Vim Tutor and pulled that up. Dr. Moto says, if this is Chris Stream, he'd say angrily, this isn't your personal Stack Overflow. That's not my philosophy here. I want to be clear about that, okay? Folks are allowed to ask questions, even if they're not directly related to the topic we're talking about. So every question is going to be, I'm going to assume every question is asked in good faith, and everybody's responses should be in good faith as well, okay? So just setting some ground rules there. We've got some new folks. It's all good. We're here to share information, whether it's about the topic we're talking about today or not. Thank you for the follow, Bird.
Bird of Bad Omen just followed.
Thank you, Danny McGee, for sharing. Hey, Janpo, good to see you. Yeah, I feel like sometimes folks, they try to gatekeep their chats as far as good faith questions, and I don't do that. So it's all good. We're a community here. We're community taught, and so in the chat is a great opportunity to teach, to be community taught, to teach each other. Okay, so we were able to delete the extra letters in the line. Power Coffee says, when you guys go download NeoVim and install 20 plus plugins instantly, the command is :tutor. Good to know for when I become a power user. Yeah, I'm starting with the very basic version here on purpose because it's important to learn the basics, right? Absolutely. Okay. Oop, I went the wrong way. There we go. J is down. I got to remember that. J is down. It's weird having it be under my index finger, like the down. Yeah. Okay, so we did deletion. That was X in the line. And now we're going to do insertion. So move the cursor to the first line below, marked with the arrow. To make the first line the same as the second, move the cursor on top of the character before which the text is to be inserted. Press I and type in the necessary additions. As each error is fixed, press escape to return to normal mode. Repeat steps 2 through 4 to correct the sentence. Okay. So I'm scrolling up using K, and oh, I see what they want. Okay. Oh. Eh. Oh. I had my fingers aligned wrong on the home row. Because you have to move your I screwed that up because normally, you put your index finger on J, and I had to move one key set to the left to have my index finger on H because that's where it was supposed to be. Power Coffee, Ratsky says, I have Vim installed. How can I run this tutorial? Yeah, and folks are saying :Vim tutor. Yep, that's great. I got to it by the noob way by just going to my search bar down here and typing in Vim tutor, and it came up. But yeah, the proper way is probably :Vim tutor. Yeah, you can keep your fingers on the home row as normal, and just move your index finger over as well, as Danny McGee said. Yep. It's kind of like learning how to play the piano. So I play the piano, and you generally start out with your fingers very much in a fixed location when you're first learning. Generally, with your thumb on middle C. That's just an easy way. It's an easy way for people to orient themselves, right? But then, thank you for the follow.
Seconds just followed.
Thank you for the follow, Dugans. But as you become more skilled, you can learn to orient yourself and place your hands anywhere on the keyboard, right? And so I'm sure as I get better at this, I'll find the most optimal positions for my hands. Yeah, that's true. The philosophy is, I guess, you shouldn't have to hit H as much to go back. True. Yeah. Yep. Okay, so I put my cursor on top of the character before which the text is to be inserted. I'm going to press I, and we can see that I actually have an extra space in there. That's all right. From this line. Okay, and then I'm going to press. So now you notice how my cursor changed. You see how it's just a single, like a standard um, typing cursor now, rather than the flashing navigation cursor. So now I'm going to go back to normal mode, and you'll see that cursor switch. So boop, there we go. And I want to get rid of that extra space. So I'm going to use the wrong key again. I'll get used to it. And I'm going to use what we learned in the previous lesson to delete that extra space. I'm going to hit X. There we go. Application of knowledge, baby. Yeah, Danny McGee says, referring to the corded keyboard. Yeah, you can actually still buy keyboards like that. There was one I was looking at recently. It was pretty cool. Yeah, you type chords, and that's sort of almost, there's modern keyboards that you can buy like that for general application use, and then stenographers keyboards. So the folks that do the recording in court, they actually learn a completely separate language, and they have a special typing device that they use which allows them to type shorthand on a special keyboard, which is kind of similar. It's a completely foreign layout, keyboard layout, but it's incredibly fast. Dr. Moto says that's crazy. I heard that we have WSD layout because old type rows. Well, I think you mean, yeah, like QWERTY layout, yeah, or QWERTY keyboards are because old typewriters couldn't take how fast typists could go with an alphabetical layout. Yes, so old typewriters are were mechanical, right? I'm sure you all know they used to have the flippy sticks that would be arranged in a kind of a semicircle, and then as you type the key, that lever would physically flip up and press an ink ribbon to the paper very briefly, and it would stamp that into the paper. Basically, it would hit with force and stamp into the paper. But that leverage takes time. So moving that lever from reclined position, hit the paper, and back down takes time. And if you type too fast on those old typewriters, the levers start to cross each other, and it gets jammed up. And so, yeah, they would, change the keyboard layout to make people type more slowly. And that layout has never really changed. Dandy says, I can type really fast, but not nearly fast enough to transcribe average speed speech. Yes, that's why stenographers learn a special shorthand alphabet that allows them to move more quickly. Oh no, it's fine, Dr. Moto. Yeah, I got what you meant. Yep. I've actually used one of those old typewriters and tangled it up before because I tried to type too fast. You had to be really forceful and deliberate and slow in the way that you typed. Okay. Um, oh, thank you for the follow,
Just
Pedro.
Cockham just followed.
All right, I'm also going to fix the missing letters here in the left. So I'm going to put my cursor before where I want to insert. I'm going to type I. Oops. Okay, so I needed to go one more. That's okay. Oops. All right, there we go. I'm going to put it here instead. And I'm going to do I. There we go. And then back to normal mode, hitting escape. There is text missing from this line. Okay, perfect. I'm going to do one more. I'm going to put the word sum in front of text. I feel like this is really important to know how to do. So, all right, I'm going to go one over is sum, nope, sum text missing from this line. Okay, there we go. Oh, and I have an extra this in there somehow. Apparently I can't read either. Oh, got to go normal mode first and then navigate eventually. There we go. Up, up. Okay, right. And then I'm going to use, this is harder than it looks. Oh, Lordy, I'll get it. Okay, left. All right, and I'm going to use the X to get rid of the extra this. That's why we practice, though, right? It's just like learning a piano piece. At first, you are really clumsy and slow, but then your brain starts to build up muscle memory. Zyrudine says, "What tools do you use when performing quality control on your code?" That's a really interesting question. So, for my day job, I am a SQL developer, and I use PL SQL Developer to write my code, which is an Oracle interface. And so for that, it will attempt to do error checking for me. While I'm typing, it will underline things for me in SQL that I get wrong, and it also will refuse to execute code that is not properly formatted. SQL is very strict, and so if you miss a semicolon, SQL ain't having it. It's SQL is very strict, and it will yell at you if you do something wrong. So that's what I do mostly at work. But then, as a hobby web developer, I use VS Code for error checking, and I've also recently gotten into TypeScript, which has much more robust error checking for um, type matching, and a lot of other error checks as well. Stenograph keyboard looks crazy. Yeah, exactly. Drunk Uncle Grandma says, imagine a technical interview requiring this. Yeah. Well, hey, you never
You
know,
just
right?
followed.
Thank you, Zyrazine. Thank you for the follow. You can play NetHack. Hired. Stack Overflow said Stack Overflow did a dev survey and found a very strong correlation between knowing Vim and higher pay. Only people who are truly passionate about learning new things would bother to learn something so obtuse. Yeah, I mean, there's probably other factors at play there, right? So most folks who know Vim have maybe started out with V and on Unix mainframes and things like that, and so they've maybe been in the industry longer, right? So you need to think about longevity. Folks that just learned V back in the day because that's all they had, right? And so just longevity in the industry generally means higher pay. For some of my coworkers, that's the case. They just know V already because they've just been doing this for 30 years. Um, and so there is that as well, but then yeah, there's also the learning exploration aspect of it too, right? It's fun to learn new things. That's why I'm doing this today, because I think it's cool. It's something different and new, and you never know when it's going to come in handy. Kai Londo says, hello all, came here full of vim and vigor. Yeah. Ratsky says you have to use V on servers, I think. Yeah, and I mentioned before, I actually got a bit over my head at work. I had to do something on a Unix server, um, and my only way to navigate in that server was using V commands, and I did not know what the frick I was doing. I literally had to get one of my experienced coworkers on a Teams call and have them just tell me every single key press because I did not know how to move around, how to do anything. They had to hold my hand through the entire thing, and I didn't enjoy that. That wasn't fun. So I'm glad that I'm learning these things now. The speed you can get by using only keyboard is intoxicating and powerful. Yeah, and that's what we were talking about before, right? It's so fast. Okay, so let's go on to the next lesson. I think we did pretty well there. So far, let's recap. So far, we learned how to navigate. We learned how to use X to clear individual letters. And we also learned how to use I to insert text and then using escape to exit back to normal mode after we've inserted that text. Yeah, nano is good as well. There's all sorts of choices out there. That's the fun part about this field is that there's something for everyone, right? All right, so 1.5 text editing, appending. Press A to append text. Move the cursor to the first line below, marked with an arrow. It doesn't matter on what character the cursor is in that line. Interesting. Press A and type in the necessary additions. As the text has been appended, press Escape to return to normal mode. Okay. Move the cursor to the second line and repeat steps 2 and 3 to correct this sentence. All right. So I'm going back up. Thank you for the follow, Jock Pop.
Jock Pop just followed.
All right, so it doesn't matter where the cursor is on the line. I'm going to press A to append. What am I appending? Oh, okay, this line. Okay. Is that gonna work? Okay, I definitely pressed A. You saw on my that's why I have my keystrokes on here. Um, all right, let's try again. So I'm back in normal mode. Doesn't matter what character the cursor is in the line. I'm pressing A. You all see that? Pressing A, but it's putting the cursor where I'm at now. Okay, go back to normal mode. So am I just reading that wrong? It does. It says, all right, it does not matter. Oh, I see. It's capital A. I see. All right. They were really, that's really not clear. Okay. Capital A. All right. Thank you for the follow,
Nora
Nore.
underscore just followed.
All right. There we go. That looks better. That looks right. Okay. Shift A. Got it. They could have said shift key and then A, but whatever. All right. This line, period. Perfect. Okay. Escaping back to normal mode. Yeah, I'm sure we'll see that lower effort as we go along. Okay, I got it. Nora says you must have downloaded a faulty Vim. You should return it to the store. Hey, it was free, you know. All right, we're gonna go down. Okay, and I wonder. All right, so Shift A.
Adonis Walker just followed.
Thank you, Adonis. Missing. Oops, missing here. Perfect. Yeah, that was easy. Once I figured out that I needed the Shift key. Oh, thank you for sharing that resource Power Coffee. They shared maybe a slightly deeper resource for folks wanting to learn a little bit more as well. Not the original CD copy. Man, I don't know. How long has it been since y'all have
QX04233 just followed.
thank you for the follow, QX. How long has it been? Okay, another informal poll. How long has it been since y'all have actually touched a CD? Like used this and I'm talking not music CDs. Let's not talk about music CDs. Let's talk about like a software CD that you put into a computer to run software. Like, how long has that been for y'all? I'm genuinely curious. All right, so we think we did that. Low if it says more than 10 years. Okay. Years, yeah. A few months, Dandy. Okay. 5 years. 7 to 9 years. Dandy says I bought a new Mobo and had a motherboard. Yeah, and had to put the disc in. Yeah. Yep. That's fair. Okay, so I think I feel pretty good about appending, and I'm going to keep reiterating the stuff that we learned as we learn it, right? So we learned how to navigate, we learned how to use X to delete, to hover our cursor over a single character and delete it. We learned how to use I to insert a character at the current location of our cursor, and then using escape to go back to normal mode. And then we also learned to use Shift A to go to the end of the line immediately and add text there, and then hit escape to go back to normal mode. Okay. One thing, if you're new to the stream, one thing we like to do here is we like to do what we call spaced repetition and active recall, which are learning techniques which help embed things in your brain. Basically, the more that you repeat what you've learned and the more that you recall what you've learned, you start to get those pathways created in your brain. Your neurons start to link together, and you start to get the memory of what these commands are. Oh yeah, Dr. Moto. I messed around on all those flash sites, game sites in class all the time at study hall, that kind of thing. You burn desktop icons of games to a CD. That's funny. All right, lesson 1.6, editing a file.
Unauthorized Nate just followed.
Thank you for the follow, Nate. Uh, use :WQ to save a file and exit. Now, this is different than the previous command we learned, right? Previously, we learned how to just exit without saving. But I think there will definitely be times when you just want to save what you have done without losing it and exit Vim or whatever interface you're using. Or V. This works in V as well. FYI, this is a V command. If you're ever on a server, this will work also. Bexy, thank you.
Bees I6565 just followed.
Oh, Nerd Rage. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Wow.
Nerd Rage gifted a tier 1 subscription to Unauthorized Nate.
Thank you, Nerd Rage. Aw, that's so nice.
Nerd Rage just subscribed.
Dandy says, I'm just imagining someone being upset with the computer repair people. I burned all of my icons to the CD. What do you mean all the data is gone? Yeah. I still have in my basement, I still have a big one of those classic like CD sleeves of like all my disc software games. Oregon Trail 2, I think, is probably the one that got the most use, or Star Trek Elite Force. Those two, I think, probably got the most use out of anything in that CD sleeve. Oregon Trail 2 is baller. Bexy says, is that Vim or am I dreaming? Hello. Hey, Bexy. This is Vim. We are going through the Vim tutor
Last Chain
today.
just followed.
Thank you for the follow, Last Chain. Hey, that should be a sentence that everybody uses. Oregon Trail 2 is the best. All right. So, lesson 1.6, editing a file. Use :WQ to save a file and exit. And then once again, we should read all the steps before trying them. If you have access to another terminal, do the following there. Otherwise, exit this tutor as you did in lesson 1.2, :Q exclamation point. At the shell prompt, type this command, vim file.txt. And all right, file.txt is the name of the file that you wish to edit. Thank you, Brung.
Brundle0 just followed.
Use the name of a file that you can change. Okay. Insert and delete the text as you learned in previous lessons. Save the file with changes and exit Vim with :WQ. If you quit Vim Tutor in step 1, restart the Vim Tutor and move down to the following summary. Okay, I guess I'll just make a text file real quick and see if I can open it. If I do vim file.txt, is it how does it know where that file is located, I guess is my question. We'll try it out. Y'all can help me. All right. I'm going to make something. I'll just do something in Notepad++. Oh, vim file.txt creates a new file or edits the file? Well, we'll figure it out. All right, I'm just gonna create a file in Notepad++, just a text file. Well, I'm gonna do it in old school Notepad. All right, this is a file with stuff that I can edit. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna save it. I'm just gonna save it in my documents. You don't get to see that part. Just know that it's there. All right, I've saved it as Vim underscore edit. Save. Saved it as text file. Okay. All right, I do have access to another terminal. So I guess, do I just open the command line and do it there? Hope y'all can see that. I can zoom in. There we go. Okay. So Vim, well, let's see. Let's do this. CD, I should be able to CD into documents. Okay. And then if I do Vim, and then what did I call it? Vim edit. Vim edit.txt. I don't know. Okay, it doesn't recognize it. Or do I need to use the specific Vim shell? All right, let's do this. This might be a Windows thing. Vim. All right, I'm going to open Vim like this. Okay. I thought I could just use the terminal, but we'll figure it out. It's all good. All right, I'm going to exit normal mode. And I like how I like how the first thing that they show you here in Vim is how to exit. That's the best part. Okay, I don't necessarily want to open from command. I want to open whatever way it's telling me to do it here. So I just guessed there, but all right. Vim file.txt. Nope. I'm hitting X. I'm hitting X to do normal mode. Maybe if I do this, do I? Okay, there we go. This probably won't work because I'm not in the same directory, but thank you for the follow, Eric. I'm glad this is riveting.
300600 just followed.
Okay, so all right, let's start from the beginning. We'll figure it out. Hey, Ishihogo. At the shell prompt. So somebody, okay, we're just going to take it slow. No complicated commands or anything right now. I want to follow the tutorial exactly as it's written, okay? So at the shell prompt, what does it mean by this? Where is the shell prompt? Command. Okay, great. We'll go back into the command line. Okay. It assumes you're using a Linux terminal. Yeah, that's what I thought. PowerShell. Yeah. Yeah, we can go into PowerShell. Izzy, I hope it went well. Okay. Almost open PowerPoint, right? All right. At the shell prompt, type Vim file. I think I need to CD. I'm going to CD back into documents. I need to be in there, probably, right? All right. CD documents. Okay. I'm in documents. That's where my file is. I'm going to do Vim. Oops. Sorry. Vim edit. I should have zoomed in for you. I apologize. There we go. Now you can see what I'm actually typing. I think there's a way. All right. Okay. You want to try gvim instead? All right. So maybe I do need to change my path variable. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I can do that. 1 second. I think we'll get it working. We'll figure it out. That's what this is about sometimes. Okay. Da, 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 da. Mm-hmm. Set path equals path and then path to Vim. Okay, maybe. Environment variables. All right, I'm going to see if I can just add it from my list here. Add a new variable. I'm going to browse to it. I know I'm just telling you what I'm doing right now. I don't necessarily want you all seeing my entire folder structure. Okay. Hope you understand. Gotta remember where I installed it. Oh, Vim file. There it is. Found it. All right. So here's where I have it. If we can't figure this one out, it'll be all right. Well, you can go on to the next one, but I do want to figure it out. Okay. So I'm in Vim files. It's about time for a break anyway. I can always Google this over the break. Compiler? No? I have no idea. All right, I might have to Google this. I'm gonna have to Google this over the break. But it is time for a break anyway. We like to take a break at the top of each hour. And I can search, yeah, I'll search for Vim.exe real quick. Nope. All right. Oh, I hate Windows search. Okay. Go one folder up. Yeah. All right. It's okay. I'll find it over the break. Yeah, we'll find it over the break. And then hopefully I'll also Google how to do this step. I'm sure other folks have encountered this as well. Um, Okay. Well, give me a chance. Give me a chance to look for it. I'll find it. Um, and then also after the break too, I'm Madeline. If you're still here, we're gonna have a kitten show. So I'm gonna bring your kitten in, and you'll get to see your kitten on camera. So all right, good, Madeline. Yes. After the break, your kitten will be on camera as well. All right, we're gonna take 5 minutes. When we come back, I'll have a better idea of what to do, and you'll get to see an adorable little kitten also, who is a foster kitten that Madeline here in chat has named. So let me get the timer going. Woo! Thank
Note that
you.
you've gifted a tier 1 subscription to Madeline Patience.
Wow. Thank you for the gifted sub there, nerd. Thank you so much. I reset the timer. See you back here in 5 as we troubleshoot. All right. Okay, folks, come on back here in just about 30 seconds. I'm going to get the kitten now, so stay tuned for that. I'm just going to turn off the audio alert there. All right, one sec. Okay, folks, we are back, and I have a very special friend to say hello to you today. This is Madeline. This is Madeline. She is a big girl now. If y'all were on the stream a couple weeks ago, you may have seen her along with her siblings. Um, yeah, I can make my face a little bigger. There we go. It's okay, honey bun. Yes, good girl. Yeah, she is about 6 weeks old ish. She's a foster kitten, so it's a little hard to know how old she actually is. But yeah, she's named Madeline. I chose this one to be named Madeline because she's very sweet and friendly and purrs when you pick her up. She's a great little girl. Yeah, she is pretty chill and super sweet and friendly. Bold, independent, charismatic. Yeah, absolutely. She's great. Yeah, so Madeline didn't get to see this. Is this kitten was named by Madeline. There is one more kitten in the litter that still needs a name. There's three of them. Um, there's this one, Madeline. There's another one named Rick James, and then there's their third sister, who still doesn't have a name. I've been calling her Small Fry because she's little. But if anybody else would like to name a kitten, you are able to do so by redeeming channel points. So check out those channel points rewards. Oh yeah, yep. Rick James is a very aggressive little kitten around the food bowl, so that's why I named that one Rick James, based on what Drunk Uncle Grandma redeemed. Yeah, it's a very aggressive at the food bowl. Will fight the other kittens for food. So Jay Sonner pickles. Yeah, well, you got to redeem those channel points. Yes. Yeah, Madeline is such a sweet little girl. She loves snuggles. As you can tell, she's very happy right now. And yeah, she'll be up for adoption in just a couple weeks once she gets big enough. Madeline says the only reason I finished 100 devs is I want to name a kitten. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna put her back. I'll be right back. Yeah, she's got lovely coloring. All of her sisters are the same. They're all that beautiful sandy color. I love them a lot. I'm gonna put her back, and then I figured out. I did a little bit of redditing. I did a little bit of redditing over the break, and I think I know what we're gonna do. We're not gonna make things too complicated on ourselves. So we're gonna forge ahead when we get back when I after I finish putting her back. All right, I'll be back in just a second. Okay, folks, I am back. All right, let's get back to it. Okay, so what we're gonna do is yeah, so we're using so for this tutorial we're using GVim, and it does not play nice with Windows as far as this particular step, which is kind of what we thought, right? And so what I'm going to do is we're still going to practice the command because we have made some changes to this file, right? So we're just the whole point of this is to practice the WQ save and quit command. And so we're going to do that in this particular file itself. So we're just going to practice that, and that we're going to leave it at that. No fanciness, no funny business. So I'm going to go into insert mode, maybe, we'll see. Do colon WQ. There it is. Hello, perfect. And that should be save and quit. Yeah. Go back in. All right. Change my font size again. Back up to 24. All right. There we go. I think that's sufficient practice for that particular command. Just knowing the difference, I think, is the most important part, right? So colon Q exclamation point just quits, and then WQ saves and quits. That's what matters. Hey, tomatoes. It's good to know that tomatoes cannot be trusted. Welcome to the stream. So good. Yeah, and I could do the reinstall, I could do all that stuff. Unless one of the other lessons requires it, I'm probably not going to, at least not on stream. Whenever I try to do stuff live, it always turns out harder than it should be. So Drunk Uncle Grandma says reminds me of learning how to move in a new MMO or ARPG. Yeah, it's just new different muscle memory, right? And so you just pick it up as you go. Okay. So that was lesson 1.6. And a lovely here summary. I like this at the end of the file is so H is left, J is down, K is up, and L is right. I like the way they've listed that out there. So I'm still having a little bit of a little bit of a hard time with the left, right, up, down navigation. But I like to, yeah, thinking about it in terms of like angles, I think is helpful. Muscle memory, rum, and coke. And then to start Vim from the shell, type Vim file name and then enter, which we weren't necessarily able to do, but that's okay. To exit Vim, type escape, :Q exclamation point, enter to trash changes. I like that, very brutal. Trash your changes. And then, or if you want to save, type :WQ to save the changes. So is this true that, so I'm imagining that WQ stands for write quit. Is that correct? So you're writing the data to disk or whatever and then quitting. That's how I'm going to remember it. Jump down. Divker, oh, what's up? Good to see you. In my head, it's J for jump down and K for kick up. I like that. Jump down, kick up. That's rad. All right. And okay, so let's go into chapter 2. Oh, yes, and then pressing escape will place you in normal mode or will cancel an unwanted and partially completed command. That's my favorite part, is that normal mode will just get rid of all your screw ups and you can start over. I think I need that. All right, let's learn how to delete stuff. I'm game on that. All right, type DW to delete an entire word. So press escape to make sure you're in normal mode, move the cursor to the line with the arrow, move the cursor to the beginning of a word that needs to be deleted, okay? Type DW to make the word disappear. Did anybody watch Arthur as a kid? DW is the little sister. I'm going to remember that because, yeah, DW is a bit of a troublemaker. So if you want to delete a word, call DW. The letter D will appear on the last line of the screen as you type it. Vim is waiting for you to type W. If you see another character than D, you typed something wrong. All right. All right. Jump down, kick up. I like Divker. That's really helping me out. Jump down, kick up. All right. Okay, I want to get rid of this A. So I'm going to type DW. Oh, nice. All right. And then I want to get rid of this word fun. So I'm going to type DW again. Oh, I need to turn my key thingy back on so you can see my keystrokes. Sorry about that. Oh, okay. I messed that up a little bit, but that's okay. Uh, we'll go to the left, and then I'm going to use X to get rid of this extra F because we learned that too, right? Deleting single characters, we use F. So don't belong. All right, I'm going to go here. Oh, I need to move the cursor to the beginning of the word. That's why it didn't work. Okay. Because yeah, it's because I assume what it's doing is it's determining a word based on the concurrent non-white space letters or symbols to the right of your cursor, right? U in normal mode will undo. Okay. Dan says very weird seeing Vim with a light theme terminal. Yeah, I really didn't change any default settings here other than the font size. So, all right, let's try this again. So type DW to make the word disappear. Yeah, now that time it worked because I did it properly. I had my cursor at the beginning, and then it clearly measured the number of letters or symbols, concurrent letters or symbols to the right of my cursor. And then as soon as it encountered the first white space, it deleted everything that it found up to that point. Blasting my retinas. Yeah, normally in VS Code, I do also use dark mode as well. So there's probably a way to do it here. Um, but it's all right. Y'all can live. Um, it's like we're typing on papyrus. Well, hey, at least I'm not. You know what? You know what I could do to y'all? We could be using papyrus right now, probably. Do they make that available? Ah, they don't. That's lame. I was gonna switch it over to papyrus and make y'all suffer for a minute. That's what Dr. Moto said. Yeah, that's not a choice, but I wish it was. Ooh, Depetka bringing the deep knowledge there. If you're not at the start of the word, you can do DAW, delete all word. Is that what that is? And we'll still delete the whole word. Okay, rad. Oh, Dibker, you know Arthur. Yeah. Every day when you're walking down the street, everybody that you meet has an original point of view. I still know that song. Yeah. All right, let's see how we can undo something. So I'm in normal mode right now. If I do U, will that undo? Oh, yeah, it does. And it tells me exactly how long ago the change was. So you see down there in the lower left-hand corner, it says change before number 496 seconds ago. That's kind of cool. What if I do undo again? Yeah. And it tells me that it has a timestamp for when it happened. Oh, that's rad. Okay, I'm going to do these. I'm going to practice this again. So my cursor is in the middle of the word, and so it was suggested to use DAW to also. So we'll do that. We'll do DAW. Yeah, it worked. Awesome. Learning. Okay. All right, we'll do this as well over here. I'm going to put my cursor in the middle, and we'll do DAW. Nice. Control R to go back. Okay, cool. Well, I wanted to practice the delete commands again. So, um, all right. I'm going to let's see. We did that. Did that. I think we did all of that. Okay. Jump down. Divker, that's honestly helping me. Jump down. All right. More deletion commands. This may be where we learn some of the other stuff too. Backseating Vim. Hey, that's fine. It's all good. As long as it's applicable, and as long as it's like we talked about before, right? In my chat, you can pretty much talk about whatever as long as it's not as long as it's said in good faith and we're being respectful and kind to everybody, which you all are doing, and I appreciate that a lot. I always appreciate that from my chat. And so as long as you're being respectful and kind, conversations are open to whatever, even if it's additional tips um, for whatever we're doing on screen. Want to make a tool that tracks how many keybinds per minute chat is suggesting. All right. So type $, or D bash to delete the end of the line. So press escape, move the cursor to the line with the arrow, move the cursor to the end of the correct line after the first period. Okay. Type D bash to delete the end of the line. Okay. We're gonna kick up and I'm gonna go to the right a little bit after the first period. Okay. And then D bash, D bash. Oh, yeah. That's right. Twitch plays Vim. Yeah, basically. Oh. So yeah, that's awesome. So dbash is what's going to delete the end of the line for us. Move on to lesson 2.3 to understand what is happening. Oh, that's great. I love how it's just like, you don't know what's going on. Allow us to explain. I wonder if I do that on a line that's all white space, let's see what happens there. I'm going to do dbash again. Okay, so it didn't really make a difference. I was just curious to see what would happen there if there was no text to delete. All right. Ooh, what about here? I want to do it on the I want to do it on the border. All right. Dbash. Hey. I figured that was what was happening. I just wanted to see it. Okay. Operators and motion. Also shift D. Okay. So uppercase D also works as dbash. All right. Well, let's try it. Okay. I'm gonna try Control U. Wait, was that the undo? Or was it just U? Oh, yeah, it was just U. Okay, I got it. All right, let's do this again. So Shift D to also do the same thing. Yay, it works. All right, awesome. Oh, Dan says, what are we saying, D bash or D dash? I'm saying D dollar sign. So bash. Um, but yeah, I can say dollar sign if that's going to be easier to. Maybe I'm not enunciating clearly. I can say D dollar sign if that's clear. I tend to say bash for shorthand, but they may not be obvious, so I should probably use the correct name. All right, operators and motions. Woo. Come on, baby, do the motion. Too many syllables. Ain't nobody got time for syllables.
MGZG just
Thank
followed.
you for the follow, MG. No worries, Dan. All right. Many commands that change text are made from an operator and a motion. The format for a delete command with the D delete operator is as follows: D motion, where D is the delete operator and motion is what the operator will operate on, listed below. Oh, okay, that's helpful to know. So D is like the base. This is the D is the base, and then we have modifiers which go on top of that, which give us whatever flavor of delete we're trying to do. Okay. W is until the start of the next word, excluding its first character. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. You're deleting the word in its white space. Um, e to the end of the current word, including the last character. Okay, we're gonna have to try that one. All right, I'm gonna go kick up, and I'm gonna delete thus because thus is pretentious. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna do uh, D and then E. Okay, yeah. So it left the white space that was after thus. And I'm going to undo that. And now I'm going to do DW. And so you see the difference there. It's basically just, are you deleting the white space or not? So maybe I'll think of it like DW is delete word and white space, where DE is just delete to the end of the word. And then D bash is, or D dollar sign, to the end of the line, including the last character. Okay. And then typing DE will delete from the cursor to the end of the word. That makes sense. It's all about the motion, not the size of the command. Laura says you can use those motions without D. So are you talking about just so if I were to just do E, so that E navigates to the end of the word, which is useful as well. Um, but I'm curious what you mean by that effort. Jungle Grandma says yes, shallow and pedantic. Yes, technically correct. The best kind of correct. Okay. Pressing just the motion while in normal mode without an operator will move the cursor as specified. Okay, so if I just do bash, yeah, okay, bash takes me to the end of the line. That makes sense. This is making a lot of sense to me. Um, so the motion is the motion that's happening. Where is my cursor going? And then the operator is what should I do to the stuff that my cursor is traveling over? In this case, I'm deleting it. Okay, yeah, that's making a lot of sense. That's making a lot of sense. I wonder. Okay, I'm going to do this. I'm going to kick up to the previous line, and I'm going to use H. I'm going to go about here, and I'm going to just do. Let's see, what did I do before? I did. We'll do. Actually, no. I'm going to do this. Oops, have my hand in the wrong position again. I'll get it. All right, E to the end of the current word. I did bash to the end of the line, and then W took me to the next word, right? Which makes sense. Took me past the white space and took me to the beginning of the next word. Okay. So if I want to skip between words, I'm just going to do W. I'm sure we'll learn how to go in the other direction as well. But I wonder if B. Oh yeah, B does that. That makes sense. So if I wanted to delete backwards, would I just do DB? Yeah, we're inferring. We're figuring things out based on the logical behavior of the application. You love to see it, right? All right, so uh, DE, and then if I do DB, yeah. So that allows me to delete in either direction. Thank you, Mavi. Yes, lovely cheat sheet there. Junko Grum says, lol RMRF, don't do that. Thank you for the cheat sheet, Mavi. Feel free to check out that link. Um, I'm limiting myself to the tutorial for now, but I will be checking out that cheat sheet later on. The request was to specifically do the tutorial for this particular stream, but I will be checking out that cheat sheet later because what I like so far is how logical these commands are, at least for now. I mean, we're early days, right? But navigating is extremely logical, and I could see how as soon as you have the muscle memory, you can move incredibly fast because it makes sense logically what we're doing here. All right. So using a count for a motion. I'm going to scroll down a little more. Typing a number before a motion repeats it that many times. Okay, moving the cursor to start with the line with the arrow. Type 2W to move the cursor 2 words forward. Type 3E to move the cursor to the end of the third word forward. Type 0 to move to the start of the line. Ooh, nice. That's a good one. Okay, let's try it. And so I'm going to type 0, and that moved me to the start of the line. And I'm going to type, okay, 3E, and that moved me 1, 2, 3. If we call the arrow the first word, um, that makes
Chameleon
sense.
7 just followed.
Thank you, Chameleon. Appreciate the follow. Mavi says I'm in charge of the links because Rascal's not here. Yeah, I miss Rascal. Rascal 2, my link buddy. Thank you, Mavi. Dan says the human brain can only internalize so many bits of information at a time, and it takes practice so you don't have to think about what key to press when you want to go somewhere. Absolutely. Yeah. Which is why, whenever you're learning something new, you should never beat yourself up with if you don't get it right away. If you make the same mistake over and over and over and over again, that's okay. That's why we practice. That's why we do active recall, spaced repetition, because your brain literally has to make new pathways. It's a physical process that's happening when you're getting something in your head, and so the more you practice it, the faster those pathways will form. Exactly. Whoa, low effort. The Vim wizard did not know about 0. Oh my goodness. Well, that's awesome. I'm glad that, you're learning something new every day, right? Yeah, 0, baby. Your reward is the intoxicating speed you can achieve. Absolutely. Gotta go fast, right? Sonic the Hedgehog, baby. This is just a line with words you can move around it. Okay, I'm gonna try 4W. 4W. So that moved 1, 2, 3, 4. Do 5W. What if I do more words than are on the line? So 6W. Okay, so that took me to the start of the next line because I got to the end of the line with words in it, and so it kicked me to the start of the next line. All right, I'm going to kick back up here. We'll do 4E, 4E. So yeah, we're just skipping ahead as we go. Eternal learning. Oh yeah, baby. Like I said before, I mean that's the best part about this industry is that you never run out of things to learn, right? You never the best thing about learning is you eventually learn you've been doing it all wrong the whole time. Yeah, that's why I never want to be the best at anything in a room. I love helping others, but I never want to be the absolute best at anything in a particular room full of people. I always want there to be someone who's better than I am because I can learn from them. So that's why the Twitch community is so cool because you get random folks popping in chat who are like, "Yeah, I've been doing this for 20 years," and you're like, "Yay, that's awesome!" Because you know a lot of stuff, right? Oh, thank you, Dan. Cursive actually go faster because the Control Alt Shift shortcuts in non Vim editors work pretty well. Just lots of contorting. Yeah, that's the thing about like other editors you can do a lot of this stuff, but it requires you to hold down additional keys, whether it's Control Alt Shift, that type of thing. Whereas this has native support for that type of navigation. Yeah, as Frankly says, if you're the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room. Absolutely. Yep. I've had it come close a couple times where I've been a subject matter expert in a particular group, which is great. It's great feeling valued, right? But I at that point I start to get a little uncomfortable, and you're like, maybe I should move on because I'm not learning anything, right? If all you're doing is just dispensing your knowledge to others and troubleshooting other people's issues, the same thing over and over and over again, you're probably not picking up much new stuff, right? So it might be time to find a new room, as they say. And I've done that before in my career. You get to a point where you're just like, I love being valued for my skills, but big fish, small pond, right? And you want to be the small fish again and when you feel like a complete, noob and like you don't know anything, well, then that just means you got a bunch of cool stuff you can pick up. All right, let's go on to the next one. So 0 to the beginning. I think 0 is going to be so if I do 0, I'm going to do that real quick. 0 to the beginning of the line, and then I can navigate through the words like this. And then I'm spacing. I'm sure we'll see it in the summary, but I'm spacing on what was the command to go. Oh, it was bash, right? So 0 for the beginning, which we're already there, right? 0 for the beginning, and then bash for the end of the line. Yeah, I think that's really useful to just be able to go boop, beginning, boop, end. Ooh, Depeka says, and caret, or up caret, to go to the first non-white space character. Okay, so maybe, so if I go to bash and then caret, yeah, so that takes to the beginning and the end of the sentence. Nice. Thanks for that. All right, gonna jump down a little bit farther. Using a count to delete more. So typing a number with an operator repeats it that many times. In the combination of the delete operator and a motion mentioned above, you can insert a count before the motion to delete more. Okay? Move the cursor to the first uppercase word in the line marked with the arrow. Type D to W to delete the two uppercase words. Okay. Repeat steps 1 and 2 with a different count to delete the consecutive uppercase words with one command. All right, let's do it. All right, I'm going to kick back up here, and I'm going to use E to navigate. And I'm going to use, I wonder if I do, Okay, B, E, B. There we go. All right, I'm using E and B to try to get better at navigating between the start and the beginning, start and the end of words. Um, okay, so D2W, delete 2 words. Nice. All right, and doot doot doot, and then so this is 4 words. So delete 4 words, and then doot 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 doot. This will be D3W. There we go. Yay. That's awesome. Nice. So you can use a D, a number, and a motion to control how many words you're navigating through. Okay, I'm going to jump down to the next one. Lesson 2.6 is operating on lines. Type DD to delete the whole line. Ooh, now we're getting dangerous, baby. Due to the, I love this. This is great. Due to the frequency of whole line deletion, the designers of V decided it would be easier to simply type 2Ds to delete a line. That makes me laugh. Move the cursor to the second line of the phrase below. Type DD to delete the line. Move to the fourth line. Type 2DD to delete 2 lines. All right, so we have a poem here. Roses are red, mud is fun, violets are blue. I have a car, clocks tell time, sugar is sweet, and so are you. Oh, how nice. I think that is a pretty good poem, right? Yeah. But too bad we got to deface it here. It was art. Now we're gonna deface it. All right, I'm gonna jump. Let's see. I'm gonna kick up to what line do I need to be on? Line 2. All right, DD. Hey, nice. I'm gonna jump down to line 4. Oh, and they want us to do 2DD. I feel like this is getting dangerous. 2DD. Ooh, nice. Actually, and you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go right here, and I'm gonna do insert. Nope. Can I navigate? Let's see. Go back to and I'm going to go to the right. Now, how do I insert? So I want to insert a comma after this T. So far all we've done is, oh wait, I do want to do, it's A, right? I need to append. So I need to do A. Yeah, there we go. And then comma. Okay, and then back to normal mode. I'm learning, I'm picking it up. I'm picking it up, I'm getting it. We're doing active recall here. Yeah, we're doing active recall. And then what was the oh, thank you for the follow, Echo Echo.
H0 Echo just followed.
So, okay, now I'm trying to remember what is the uppercase A? So, lowercase a just essentially allows us to append. What was the uppercase A? No fair if you answer our questions faster than we can type. I don't remember. Genuinely, I don't remember. What was the uppercase A? I'm active recalling myself. Ah, at the end of, okay, so it automatically goes to the end of the line. Append at the end of the line. Okay, so I could have done that here as well. But lowercase a just allowed me to append wherever my cursor was at. Got it. Oh yeah, and Dan Can Code asked a good question. Vim veterans in chat, what part of Vim do you want to learn, but haven't gotten around to practicing or using yet? That's a good question. Feel free to answer that. Yeah, but seriously, if you guys want me to switch to dark mode, I can. We can do edit, and then we can change the color. If I do, yeah, is that better? I wanted to be comfortable for you guys. Low effort says I need to get better at advanced motions, and I never use the macro feature. Oh, okay. Do you guys prefer this dark blue? I'm happy to do whatever is comfortable for you guys. Dan says, for me, it's using registers and macros more. I'm always deleting something right before pasting and just paste what I deleted. Oh, fair. All right. We'll try this for a while. Okay. Doubling to operate on a line also works for operators mentioned below. Oh, I see. So to doing a double. Got it. We're now finally, we're pretty far into it. Finally, we are learning undo. Oh yeah, Neon, you can post a link. Yeah, go for it. Thank you for asking though. I appreciate it. Low effort says you like the light mode more. I think I kind of do too. It doesn't seem like there's a very strong preference here, so nobody's really up in arms about it. So I'm gonna see if I can go back to the default. There we go. Sorry if I just burned out your retinas, but all right. So finally, we're learning how to undo stuff. Press U to undo the last commands, and uppercase U to fix a whole line. All right, moving the cursor, place it on the first error. Type X to delete the first unwanted character. Now type U to undo the last command executed. This time fix all the errors on the line using the X command. Now type a capital U to return the line to its original state. Oh, that's friggin' rad. I like that you can undo a whole line at once, like anything on that line. Now type U a few times to undo the uppercase U in preceding commands. Thank you for the follow.
Nav89 just followed.
Thank you for the follow. Now type Control R a few times to redo. Okay. All right, let's do it. I'm going to jump up, or sorry, I keep doing that wrong. Kick up, right? And I'm going to go to the beginning of the line, which was upper caret. Or the first populated part of the line, which is up caret, or 0. Either one would work in this case because we're starting at the beginning. And I'm going to go to, let's see, I can do this. All right. I'm going to go down, jump down. All right. There we go. Okay. And I'm going to go to this one. They say type X to delete the character. Now type U to undo. Okay. Did that. All right. And I'm going to redo it. And then let's see, doot, 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 and B. And then we're going to X that one as well. And then we're going to go doot, doot, doot. Oops, wrong one again. Okay, there we go. X and X and almost done. X. Okay, so I've fixed everything. Now use a capital U to return the line to its original state. Aha, that's very nice. That's really cool. I like it. Time enjoyed. Oh, hey, time enjoyed. What's up? Good to see you. They say, I really like the white mode here. Is today the first Vim day? Yes, today is the first Vim day, as you can probably tell by how glacially slow I am moving. But as we talked about, right? You start somewhere, you start to build that muscle memory, which is what we're doing right now. Yeah, and low effort says, can't you run Vim keybinds on VS Code? Yeah, you absolutely can. Yep. And that's what I'm kind of thinking low effort is I think I'm going to be using some of these keybinds in VS Code, especially like the undo the whole line. Because rather than doing, hitting undo a bajillion times, I think that, being able to revert an entire line at once would be super helpful. And also some of the navigation, like going to the beginning of the line, going to the end of the line, those types of things. Yeah, there's several things here that are going to be super useful. I can already tell. Dan says I felt slow in Vim for a month before I got to where it was before. Yeah, yeah. No, it's all part of the process, right? Okay, now I'm going to do lowercase u a few times to undo the uppercase U, which cleared the whole line. All right, we'll do that. U, 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 U. Yeah, and then we're going to do Control R to redo what we did. Yeah. So lowercase u, undo. I like that it's one single key because you're going to be undoing stuff a lot. Uppercase U for the whole line, and then Control R for redo. That makes a lot of sense to me. I really like that. If I can keybind that in VS Code, I think that will be useful because for me, like in VS Code, I can never remember the redo, like the default Windows redo keyboard shortcut, but like just Control R makes a lot of sense. I can remember that. Yeah. These are very useful commands. I like that it's like stating that, like, you will find these useful. I do, but come on, man. All right. We're going to jump down to lesson 2 summary. Okay, to delete from the cursor up to the next word, type DW, delete word. And if we want to delete more than one, we can say D2W. And same with other modifiers. And as low effort, they say try number I. Okay, we'll try that in just a second. To delete from the cursor up to the end of the word, type D end, DE. To delete from the cursor to the end of the line, type D bash or D dollar sign. And then to delete a whole line, type DD. To repeat a motion, prepend it. That's a good word. Prepend it with a number, 2W. The format for so okay, hang on, real quick. I'm gonna do. Let's see. Go to a line with. So I'm gonna do caret. Okay, gonna go there, and I'm just gonna do 2W. Okay, so yeah, that skips forward. I was trying to remind myself what that is. Okay, so 2W skips forward. Yeah. The format for a change command is operator number motion. So the thing you want to do, how many times you want to do it, and then where you're going with it, like forward, backward, up, down, whole line, whatever. Um, what to do, such as D for delete. Number is an optional count to repeat the motion. Motion moves over the text to operate on, such as word, or end of line, etc. Indeed. Dan says, if you get frustrated with the VS Code Vim plugin, you can just disable it and keep working. You can also still use the mouse for many things if you forget a key. It's like the shallow end of the pool. I like the shallow end. I can wear my floaties and splash around. Yeah. Hang out with you know, all the non-swimmers in the shallow end. And Sysrec posted a link to a VS Code with Vim book. Ooh, okay. Boost your coding food with VS Code and Vim. I like that. Dr. Moto says, Miss Claire, make me mod so I can ban this about disabling the Vim plugin. Yeah, I think I think it's good to have flexibility, right? You know, I think it's good to have flexibility and allow people to take advantage of new skills in whatever way works best for them. I think I'm going to use the Vim plugin in VS Code. Will I use it all the time? Probably not. So yeah, having the ability to disable it's probably nice. Drunko Grandma says, I already have trouble remembering that Shift Alt down to copy. Shift Alt down arrow, copy and paste the same line below. Imagine all these Vim keybinds in VS Code. I don't know. Like I was saying, I think some of them are more intuitive than the native keybinds. Not all of them. I don't. Not all of them. Yeah, but some of them. Yeah. Right bait for the right fish. I like that, Dan. All right. To move to the start of the line, use 0. To move to the start of the line with the first character, we use upper caret. What is the word for this thing? The chevron? I always call it a caret, but I don't think it's really. Is it a caret? Is this a caret? Because I always get that confused with the caret like this versus these. These are okay. So these are angle brackets, and this is a caret. Is that right? Yeah, I think it's CAR, like a single R, CAROT, like this. And then these alligator brackets, these are angle brackets, I think. I always get those two mixed up. So, yeah. All right. To undo previous actions, we type U. To undo all the changes on a line, we type uppercase U. To undo the undos, I like how they say that. To undo the undos, type Control R. Caret. Okay, CARET. Got it. Thank you for correcting my spelling there. Thank you, Altis. Yeah. Print the cheat sheet. Yeah. Print the cheat sheet, put it next to the screen, boom, solved, right? Yeah, there you go. I used to have, for a while, I actually had a mouse pad that had common Excel commands. So, keystroke, common Excel uh, key commands. And that was actually really helpful. I had it at work just as my mouse pad, and so if I ever forgot how to do something, I just lift up my mouse and look at the keybinds for Excel. Back when I was doing Excel all the time, I missed that. Just print a big enough lookup table. Yeah. All right. Lesson 3.1. We're at lesson 3 already. Go us. All right. The put command. Type P to put previously deleted text after the cursor. Okay. So we're going to go to the lines below. We're going to type DD to delete the line and store it in a Vim register. Okay. Oh, I see what we're doing. Yeah. All right. So this is basically cut and paste. This is cut and paste. Move the cursor to the C line above where the deleted line should go. Type P to put the line below the cursor. All right. So we're going to kick up to first line here, which is line D. All right, we're going to do DD to delete it. Perfect. Jump down to line C here, and we're going to type P to put it. Ah, that's cool. Okay, jump down here, DD. I'm going to go kick up, and will it put it here? Put the line below the cursor? Okay, we'll try it. Hey, there we go. Ooh, that's nice. I like that. Yeah, very nice. Firas says Vim. I love your enthusiasm, Firas. Welcome to the stream. Vim. Bobby says I have a standing clipboard for emergencies like this. I mean, that's not a bad idea, right? Sometimes a cheat sheet is super helpful. I used to, so back when I was learning array methods for JavaScript, um, and doing a bunch of code wars with array methods, I would just have the like the javascript.io array methods page open like all the time, and I would just flip back and forth and search for the particular method that I needed, just like constantly. So yeah, having a cheat sheet is not a bad thing. Oh, thank you for the stretch. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I gotta stretch more. Oh, there we go. Shoulders stiff. Rennie says there exists a coffee cup with all the git commands written on it. Okay, so brief story time here. For 3 years, I actually worked the reason I had that mouse pad with all the Excel commands on it was because at the time I actually worked for an e-commerce company that printed that stuff. It would basically, it was one of those sites where you could go and you could get whatever you wanted printed on a coffee cup or printed on, a mouse pad or a t-shirt or whatever. And that mouse pad with all the Excel commands was actually in the scrap pile because it was slightly like off center. It was off kilter a little bit. And so I grabbed it out of the scrap pile. I was like, this is the best thing ever. So yeah, I didn't even have to pay for it. It was just it was going to get thrown away otherwise. So yeah, I got lots of slightly off kilter stuff that way. Dan says, was it Redbubble? No, it wasn't. But they do similar stuff. Dr. Moto says, were there a lot of anime girls? There was some weird stuff. Let me tell you, there was weird stuff that we had a filter. We had censors. People that would validate that kind of thing. Like that's all they did was content moderation. I don't envy those people because there was weird stuff that came through. Sorry about the weird stuff. That was me. Oh man. Here's a mouse pad training over. Free coding. Yeah, I mean, honestly, like that's basically what I did. Drunk Uncle Grandma. I was like, oh, this looks useful, and I was like, boop, out of the trash. Yeah. But yeah, like a large portion of my home decor is stuff that would have gone in the trash because it was slightly, printed slightly wrong. So all right, so that was pretty cool. Recapping, we did DD. Essentially, that was the cut. We're thinking, we're thinking in terms of Windows commands here. Is basically cut is DD, and then P I'm going to think of it as paste instead of put, just because that'll fit in my brain a little better. But yeah, paste. All right. Next up is the replace command. Oh, one of my windows just randomly popped up. That was fun. Okay, replace command is next. Type RX to replace the character at the cursor with X. Okay. Move the cursor to the first line below, mark with an arrow. Move the cursor so that it's on top of the first error. All right, we'll do that. I'm going to kick up to here, and I'm going to go, oops, not there. Jump down, and okay, and then here. Type R, and then the character that should be there. Okay, replace. So RE. Oh, I get it. Okay. And repeat steps 2 and 3 until the first line is equal to the second one. All right. Win this. Okay. And then RN. Got it. And dun, 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 dun. Oops. Okay. And then RY, RP. Okay. RE, RN. Yay. Okay. I'm getting faster, marginally. Uh, Dan says, is this also S? I don't recall using R. Big R is the real deal. I'm sure we'll figure out what that one is. S could mean substitute. Well, let's try it. All right, let me do S. Oh, okay. So it looks like S deletes it, and then also, so it's like a delete and then an insert. So my cursor, you can see how my cursor changed. So, and then I can put the N back. And then I have to go out of, so what that did is it removed the offending letter, and it also put me out of normal mode and into like text mode. Um, so the lowercase r keeps me in normal mode without having to, go in and out of it. Yeah, exactly. So I mean that's a cool distinction. I guess it depends on what you're trying to do, right? If you're planning on typing a bunch of stuff in there, then yeah, you're going to want to go into text mode or insert mode. Um, but if you just want to replace one single character and then navigate some more, then you're going to want to stay into normal mode. So there's a use case for everything. The Petka says you want to replace consecutive characters, uppercase R will do the trick instead of pressing R. Yeah, I'm sure they're going to tell us about that. If they don't, though, we'll definitely practice it. All right, let's jump down. I love that they have a little note in here, and I hope y'all are abiding by this note. Remember that you should be learning by doing, not memorization. So do the stuff, right? Got to practice. That's important. I hope if you're able, I hope you're not just sitting there watching on your perfectly functional computer, and I hope that you're actually trying this stuff along with me.
Jules_2077 just followed.
Thank you for the follow, Jules. Okay, the change operator. Oh, actually, it's time for another break. So before we start this one, we're going to go ahead and take another break and learn. But when we come back, we're going to learn about changing stuff. I wonder how this is different than replace, but we'll find out. I don't know yet, but we'll figure it out. Reservedy says, I have to Google a lot since I never remember a lot of this. A cheat sheet would be perfect. Yeah, Mavi shared a cheat sheet a little bit earlier. Mavi, if you want to share that link again, you can. Divker says, did the kittens come and visit at each break? Well, that was a special visit at the last break because Mavi spent channel points for a visit. And then Mavi couldn't, sorry, not Mavi, Madeline, sorry. Madeline wasn't able to stay last time. and they had to leave before they saw their kitten that was named after them. So I wanted to make sure that they got to see their kitten. Yeah. But if somebody wants to spend channel points on another kitten cameo, I'm happy to do it. Um, Absolutely. All right, let's take a break. 5 minutes on the clock. When we come back, we're gonna keep powering through this. We're doing a good job so far. I think we're making great progress. Oh, Lalo! Hold on to your horses there, Divker, because Lalo just redeemed another foster kitten cam. So you'll get to see a different kitten. I'll bring out Small Fry, the one that hasn't been named yet. So if anybody wants to see her to name her, y'all can see her to first try. Oh, thank you for that, Lalo. Yeah, I'll bring out the kitten I'm calling Small Fry, who doesn't have an actual name yet. And so if anybody wants to name her after seeing her, they can. All right, 5 minutes on the clock. When we come back, another kitten cam because y'all are feeling generous today with the channel points. Um, you got to redeem the points, Dr. Moto, if you want to name a kitten. All right, where is my? Gotta find my timer. Hang on.
Char just followed.
Hey, thank you for the follow, Charua. 5 minute timer on the clock. And also, for those of you who are wondering where these kittens are coming from, they are foster kittens from the local humane society. Spay and neuter your pets, folks. There are way too many kittens out there that don't get the chance at a good life because of the overpopulation. So spay and neuter your pets. And also, if you can, foster for your local humane society. Give them the resources they need to take care of these animals. All right. When we come back, kitten gang. All right, folks, come on back when you're ready. And I've got another little friend who wants to meet you. Small Fry is ready to say hello. Dr. Moto can't name a kitten because, yes, Dr. Moto spent all their channel points on Vim Tutor. Hey, it's all about priorities, right? I think Safety Vest just got in there and named her, but you haven't even seen her yet. All right, let's get let me get my camera on before she squirms out of my hands. It's okay, sweetheart. This is Small Fry, or I think Safety Vest just named her Little Hash Map. I might call her Little Hash Brown. This is Little Hash Map. Oh, thank you, Dawn. Thank you for the follow. All right, this is a little hash map apparently who has just been named, and she is the smallest kitten in the litter. So most kitten litters have what's called a runt. If you're not familiar with the term, runts are just generally a kitten that is smaller at birth than the other kittens. Um, Sometimes this means that there is something wrong with them. Sometimes it doesn't. She had a little bit of trouble learning how to eat properly, and so she needed a little extra help. She'll probably be small all her life. She probably will never get as big as her sisters, but that doesn't mean she can't be a healthy cat. Hash map is a key value. Yes, absolutely. Yep. Yeah, she's a good girl, and she can play and function just like her sisters. And she's getting real squirmy, so I might have to put her back. You're okay, sweetheart. You're okay. Yeah, it's a good girl. She doesn't. I don't think she likes my bright ring light. Yeah. Matil, what we're actually doing today is learning Vim. So you feel free to stick around if you want that. We just had a cat. Oh, it's okay, sweetheart. We just had a channel point redemption for a kitten cameo. So little hash map gets to be on camera. She's like, let me out. Yeah, she's not a huge fan of being held. So unlike the other kitten, was super keen on it. Madeline loves to be held, but little hash map here is not the biggest fan. She's kind of clawing me right now. All right, I'm gonna have to put her back. Uh, she's not super comfortable right now, so I'll put her back. But yeah, she is a sweetie. She's just not huge on being held. Mattel. Yeah, we've been going through Vim. But we still got plenty more, so feel free to stick around for the rest of it too. Yeah. Thank you for the follow, N4K. Thank you for the follow, Dawn. Also, yeah, she's a climber. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and put her back so she can feel comfortable again. But yeah, she's a good girl. Oh yes, you're a good girl. I know. All right, I'll be right back. Hey, Ledger. Okay, I am back. Oh, I need to turn my camera back on. Maybe. There we go. Okay, and we're back. Let's keep on trucking through this Vim tutorial. We're making great progress so far. Yes, cuteness overload indeed. Yes. Sometimes automod is funny. Yeah, folks sharing a lot of really great advanced tips for those of you who are already Vim users. We got some real experts. So if you are intermediate at Vim and you're wanting to get better and become an advanced Vim user, we've got some real advanced Vim users in chat today. So if you have any Vim questions, feel free to ask them in chat. I'm still, at level 0 over here, but there's some folks sharing some really great tips and cheat sheets and books and references and just sharing their knowledge here in chat today. All right, lesson 3.3, the change operator. So to change until the end of a word, type CE. Okay. All right, so place the cursor on the U in LUBW. Type CE and the correct word. Okay. Press escape to move and move to the next character that needs to be changed. Repeat steps 3 and 4 until the first sentence is the same as the second. Now, I wonder how this is different than uppercase R, like we talked about before. But I guess we'll find out. That's why we're here. All right, I'm going to jump down. Maybe. Oh, I need to put my focus back here. Sorry. Jump down. Okay. Type CE. Oh, I see what it's doing. Okay, so it's clearing out everything to the end. So clear end and then line. I got it. Okay. And then we're going to go to the right. And I'm going to go over one. Oh, and I missed that second one, but I'll get it in a second. All right, so CE. Oh, that says mead, not, okay, I couldn't quite read it. All right, fix it. We'll go back to the beginning. I'm going to use small r, right? Is it? Yeah. So RN to replace that single letter. So applying both here. Oh, chat is going. I'm not reading it. Dan says, how long until she rebinds caps locks? That's stage 3 Vimtosis. But how am I going to make angry Facebook posts when I'm 75 if I can't use caps lock? Come on, guys. You got to think ahead. Big picture stuff. Jeez. All right, and we're going to go here, and I'm going to say CE. Okay. And go to the right. And CE. Ooh, that's slick. And then I'm also just going to keep typing and type the there. This line has a few words that need changing using the change operator. Baller. I think we did it. That was a lot faster. Age gracefully with caps lock. You put escape on control and caps on escape. Oh, we're getting wild up in here. Toast said, get rid of caps lock. Yeah, as Mattel says, E equals end of word boundary. Yep, exactly. And we were experimenting that with that earlier. And as I've been navigating through these sentences, if you're watching the so if you're new to the stream, I have my keystrokes displayed at the bottom of the screen, so you can see what keys I'm pressing as I'm moving around, right and wrong. So you can see that most of the time I'm actually using B and E when I'm skipping between words. So to quickly move, around the line, I've been using B and E to go to the beginning and end of words. And yeah, that's super helpful. Welcome to the stream, Toast. Looks like we got another Vim person in chat. That's great. I love it. Y'all have been sharing some great stuff. Okay. Notice that CE deletes the word and places you in insert mode. Correct. And CC does the same for the whole line. Oh, okay. Let's try that. I'm going to go here and I'm going to see, we'll just do CC. Aha. Okay. And I don't want to do that, so I'm going to hit escape. Oop. Okay. I'm going to do U for undo. Yay. I fixed it. Alpayan says, is this how Vim looks in Windows? Well, technically this is GVim. So it's not, vanilla Vim, because we're working in Vim Tutor, the app with some extra helpers. for the newbies such as myself. Um, so this is technically GVim, but does CC move it to a buffer? That's a good question. Let's try it. All right, so I'm going to CC, and then I'm going to, well, I'm going to go back to normal mode. I'm going to P. Okay, I can't tell if it did it or not. So hang on, I'm going to copy something distinct. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to CC. All right, and I'm going to move. We'll go down to the bottom here. Go jump down here, and I'm going to P. Yeah, okay, so it does. It puts it in the buffer. I CCUP. Yeah, so Mattel, to answer your question, it does move it to a buffer. Yep. So earlier we talked about DD. So if I go up here, actually, I'm going to DD this. All right. And that also puts it in a buffer. But the difference here is that it doesn't put me in insert mode. So CC puts me in insert mode, and DD does not. So again, it just depends on what you want to do, right? Yeah. All right, we're going to jump down here. I like that. There's a lot of things I like here, honestly. And I can absolutely see how you could become extremely quick at doing all sorts of text related operations. I'm definitely going to be adding the Vim keybinds into VS Code. Hey, BR4, how's it going? My day's going pretty well. I hope yours is as well. Let's see. Buffer. Yeah, exactly. Yep. For when I want to express myself.
Debaser just followed.
Thank you for the follow, Debaser. Oh, Bram. Okay, perfect. But at what? But at what cost? You can set Alpine. What does relative number mean? What does relative number mean? For better jumping lines? I'm not sure I follow that. Okay, while you're typing, let's go on to the next one here. Lesson 3.4, more changes using C. Okay, the change operator is used with the same motions as delete. That makes sense. I'm seeing that they're probably very similar, except one puts you in insert mode and the other one just deletes the stuff. So change operator works in the same way as delete. The format is C number motion. The motions are the same, such as W word and bash, end of line. Okay, so move the cursor to the first line below, marked with the arrow. Move the cursor to the first arrow, type C bash, and then type the rest of the line like the second and press escape. Okay, we're going to kick up here, and this line, we're going to go here, and I'm going to type C bash. C bash. Aha! Using the. Oh, they put two spaces there. Huh. Well, okay, I'm going to type this line correctly, and then I'm going to fix the second line. C bash command. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay, I'm going to go jump down and here, and I'm going to delete that one. Yeah. Matse says, what I'm watching here, WTF Vim on Windows? What? Yeah, exactly. So this was a channel point reward that somebody redeemed. They wanted that if you redeem enough channel points, you can make the stream about whatever you want within reason. And so they wanted me to do Vim tutor. And so here we are. I'm actually enjoying it so far. What I'm going to probably do is end up binding a lot of these these key binds into VS Code, so that I can be quicker in VS Code, because a lot of this is very useful. Yeah. Sorry, I'm catching up with chat. Power Coffee says Vim's deletion is more like a cut than a hard delete. Absolutely.
Matzy304 just followed.
Thank you for the follow, Matsy. Brom says, "Are you in front end or back end engineering more?" What I get paid for is back end. I do. I'm a SQL senior SQL developer by day, which is how I make money. And then at night for funsies, I do web development. So and stuff like this too. This is fun too. Uh, and also too, as I said earlier, there's been a time at work when I had to navigate around a Unix server using V, which is the precursor to Vim. So the previous program before, that came with Unix was V and still is, and then Vim is just an improved version of it. So I was in this Unix server trying to do stuff, and I had no friggin' idea how to even move the cursor around. Like I didn't even know. I had no idea what to do, completely unfamiliar, and I had to call an experienced person on our team who had experience with Unix, and like they had to tell me every single key to press. Like it was embarrassing. I mean, we got it done, but it was like they had to hold my hand to even navigate. And so now that I know some of this stuff, when I have to get back into that Unix server, I'll be able to move around a lot better. Not perfectly, but better. Disillusion says you can have, so talking about the number reference from before, um, relative references. Relative means the cursor goes that many lines down from where your cursor is. You can have on the left side of the line numbers relative to where you are. So basically, the line where you are is 0, and then going up and down is 1, 2, 3. Okay, I get you. I get that. Yeah. You can now just draw a big arrow on the screen on Zoom. Yeah, annotation, baby. So in your config file and init file, set relative number and source it. Then you will have numbers on the left and jump 2 lines. Okay, I see what you're saying, Alpayan. Yeah, I get you. No, I understand. Yeah, config files can be dangerous, right? You can end up tweaking settings you don't understand in general. Dr. Moto says someone asked about how Vim looks on Windows, and here's how mine looks. Yeah, there's lots of different ways to use Vim on Windows. We're not, getting fancy here. Because I probably won't be using Vim in like a Vim editor. I'm going to be using it as an add-on to VS Code for some of those commands, some of the keybinds. To be perfectly transparent, that's probably what I'm going to be doing. Yeah. Dr. Moto says you can have themes and styling and linting and whatnot. Vim purists use it as their whole IDE, but they're crazy people. Yeah, it doesn't. Who does Primogen use? No, it's not Primogen. Who is it? Who's that? Who's that crazy person on Twitch? Crazy awesome person on Twitch, who uses Vim as their primary IDE? I'm spacing on them on their name right now. But if you want to see some real Prime uses, okay, I couldn't remember if it was Primogen or not. Yeah, it is the Primogen. Okay. If you want to see some real Vim mastery, check out the Primogen on Twitch. Yeah. Or Strager, sure. Yeah. Like I say, it's still very popular. Folks use it for a reason because it's fast. Yeah. Yeah. And Mattel says you can almost be sure that V is installed on any NIX system that you come across. Exactly. Yeah. And that's what I encountered as well. It's just there and you're expected to use it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Primogen is really cool because they have a camera showing hands with the split keyboard and the key commands. Yeah, it's very, I don't know, it's really cool to watch. Yep. All right, let's keep going. So we're talking about the change operator having a similar sort of a build as the delete. So we do C, number, and the motion. The motions are the same, such as W for word and bash for end of line. Okay, we did, let's see, move the cursor to the first error. Okay. And let's see, I think I already did that, didn't I? Yeah. Okay, and I'm also going to get rid of that extra space there, though, just because I can. And I'm going to do, let's see, so we did X already. Well, I'll do X again there. All right. Oh, and then there's one more spelling mistake that I didn't catch. So I'm going to go up, kick up, and go to the right. All right, I'm going to go here, and I'm going to go C bash and fix that. Perfect. Okay. I like that they specify you can use the backspace key to correct mistakes. That's the one key that folks might already be familiar with. All right, now we're to the summary. Okay. So if we have used the D, like DD to delete a line or something like that, it's what we found is a lot of this stuff gets put in a buffer. So to put back text that has just been deleted, type P for paste or put. So I'm thinking of D, like DD or D whatever, as I'll think.
Toast 776 just
Thank
followed.
you for the follow, Toast. Um, I'm thinking of that as sort of like cut. If you're thinking about Windows, cut, and then P for paste. This puts the deleted text after the cursor, and if a line was deleted, it will go below the cursor. To replace the character under the cursor, type R, and then the character you want to have there. Change operator allows you to change from the cursor to where the motion takes you. So CE to end, C bash to end of line. Okay? Aha, now we're talking about location. We've kind of been talking about that a little bit already, right? Talking about relative numbering and that sort of thing. I'm not sure that they'll get into that here, but we are going to learn about cursor location. Type Control G to show your location in the file and the file status, okay? My cursor is in the lower left right now. Sorry, I need to sneeze. Excuse me. All right, Control G. Aha, very nice. Okay, so it shows the file that we are in, the fact that it's been modified and not saved, what line we're on, and the percentage of how far we are in the document and the column that we're in. So if I were to go to the right, let's see, I need to go up a little bit. Actually, I'm going to go right here. We'll do Control G here. Yeah, all right. Call 33, looks like call 33 out of 54. Very nice. I like that. Nitro says, "Oh God, is this Vim tutor in light mode?" Hey, I switched to dark mode earlier, and folks, seem to prefer the light mode, so we switched back. Yes, thank you for the bless you. Low effort says, "Do what? Do it went off the screen? Hang on. Do D with HJKL? Okay, HJKL. Okay, I'm not sure what I just did there, but sure. Actually, I'm gonna do insert. I'm gonna put the D back. Yay, practicing. We're doing active recall, baby. Okay. Mattel says, so is the Vim tutorial in the man pages or the info pages? I don't know. I mean, I'm using the separate tutorial app within Vim, but I did find a plain text version of the tutorial. It's everywhere. If you just Google for it, you can find a plain text version. Okay, we can do a poll. We can do a poll and decide once and for all: do we want dark or light mode? D and then motion. Okay, I got you. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured because after that, it just went straight back to navigation. Exactly. Okay, we'll do the poll at the next break. So we did Control Z, Control. Okay, so they said hold down the Control key and press G. We call this Control G. They are extremely creative with their naming conventions. A message will appear at the bottom of the page with the file name and the position. Remember the line number for step 3. I think it was line 507. You may see the cursor position in the lower right corner of the screen. This happens when the ruler option is set. Okay. Press G to move you to the bottom of the file. Okay. Press GG to move you to the start of the file. Type the number of the line you were on and then G. This will, okay, I'm going to confirm that. What line was I on? All right, we'll do line 500. That's a nice round number. Um, so press Shift G for end, GG for beginning. Okay. And then type the number of the line you're on and then press capital G. Alrighty. If you feel confident to do this, execute steps 1 through 3. I'm not confident, but we're going to do it anyway. All right, bottom. Cool. GG. Top. Nice. And then 500, capital G. Ho ho! Wizardry, baby. Very nice. I like that. So I'm going to do it one more time. Shift G, end. GG, good game, beginning. And 507, capital G. Or I meant to say 500, but whatever. Close enough. Okay. Nice. When I think about GG, I think about like that's what you say at the end of a match, right? So that should be the end of the file. I feel like I'm going to get those backwards a lot. That's all right though. Junko Grumman says dark mode was black and white instead of blue. Reminds me of DOS. Change disk to continue install. Oh yeah, I remember those times. Mattel said, did they already go over H, M, and L? No, not yet. I'm sure it's coming. GG, good game. Yeah. Yeah, I get them backwards for that same reason. Exactly, right? They should be the opposite. I completely agree. Okay, still good to know though. I will get them wrong repeatedly. All right. So we can also search for things. So this would probably be the equivalent of Control F or Command F, doing a find, right? So type forward slash followed by a phrase to search for the phrase. In normal mode, type the slash. Note that it and the cursor appear at the bottom of the screen with a colon. Now type error. This is the word you want to search for. To search for the phrase again, simply type N. To search for the same phrase in the opposite direction. Okay, so forward versus backward. Yeah. Okay. To search for a phrase in the backward direction, use question mark instead of slash. Aha. So in this case, my cursor is at the bottom of this window, right? So I'm going to want to do a backward search in order to find error. And then to go back to where you came from, press Control O. Repeat to go back farther. Control I goes forward. Okay, I'm not going to remember all that, but we're going to take it step by step. And I love how they specify error is not the way to spell error. Error is an error. Um, they clarified that. I appreciate it. Dan says, I think they invented those keybinds for, they're talking about capital G and then lowercase gg, with gg being the beginning of the file, which is wrong. I think they invented those keybinds before StarCraft. Gosh dang. Sometimes they're a little ahead of their time. Blizzard stole it. Still get them wrong, even though I've been using it for years. Is this the way the dog says you made a mistake? Yeah. My dyslexia spell check. No errors found. Exactly. All right, let's try it. So I want to search backwards because my cursor is at the bottom of the screen here. So I'm going to do a question mark and I'm going to type enter. Okay, nice. So it put my cursor at the beginning of the first one that it found. To search for the same phrase again, I want to go, okay, I'm going to go in the same direction backwards. Yep, we're going in the same direction backwards through the file. And then there we go. So now I want to go forwards. So I'm going to do capital N because I want to switch direction. So capital N, capital N. Yeah. Okay, perfect. When the search reaches the end of the file, it will continue at the start unless wrap scan option has been reset. Yeah, if you're wrapping throughout the file, then yeah, that's behavior we would expect. Okay, so forward search. Actually, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna reverse direction again. Okay, search hit bottom continues. Okay, sure. That's fine. That's what I wanted to do anyway. So I'm gonna do a slash this time. Slash. Error. Okay, there we go. And it found the next one down going forward. Yeah. Okay, perfect. That makes sense. Not saying me to remember it, but it makes sense. Dan says, I just pressed N a bunch of times really quickly to get back at the top. Sure, that works too. Yeah, question mark is so what's nice is they're the same key. So if you already know the one, you can just remember that, you know, shift and then that value is the opposite. That's cheating. All right, we're going to jump down here to the next one. Matching parentheses search. So type the percent sign to find a matching bracket or close. Oh, okay, I see. So basically, if you're at the start of an expression that's enclosed by some kind of enclosure marker, whatever that might be, you can press the percent sign to find the matching parentheses or bracket. Okay, I like that. That's really cool. So it's kind of like what VS Code does when it highlights the opposite um, corresponding bracket. Yeah. All right, let's go there. So we're gonna go. Gonna jump. We're gonna kick up to this one here, and we're going to use the percent sign. Yeah, there we go, and I found it. And I'm going to go to the left. I'm going to find this one. Oh, that's rad. And then I'm going to we'll go to this one. Yep. And then we're going to go to this one. Haha, very nice. That's convenient because sometimes you don't even remember if you've closed an expression properly. And so that shows you whether or not you have. This is very useful, as they say on the next line. This is very useful in debugging a program with unmatched parentheses. You know, I never do that, right? I'm sure none of you ever do that either. You never forget a closing parenthesis, closing bracket. Y'all always perfectly enclose your expressions. Hey, Fativan. How's it going? Ah, and Saul gives a little more context there. They say, if you're at the start of a line, parenthesis will jump to the first open paren. Okay, let's try it. All right, I'm going to use 0 to go to the start of this line, and I'm going to do the parenthesis. Or sorry, the what you call it, that percent sign. Yeah. Okay, so because this line didn't have any, is that because it went to the end of the line because there's no open parentheses? Is that right? Or it jumps to the closing one, to the nearest to the matching close paren for the outermost expression? Is that right? Let's try it. Let's do this. I'm gonna go. Let's see, where do I want to go? I'm gonna go here. Let's do this. I'm gonna go to this S right here, and we're gonna do, what did they say it was? So if I'm in the middle of an expression, not on the bracket itself, I would expect it to go to the nearest closing bracket, which is just to the right there. Ooh. Okay, so that went to the open one, to the open bracket. That's interesting. I was inside the expression and it went to the open bracket. So there's different behavior there depending on where you're at. So yeah, it is funny, right? I have to play around with that behavior a little bit. Let's go. One more thing. We're gonna go over here to this one, and let's see what happens. Okay, so that went to the open parenthesis. Since we were inside the expression itself, it went to the open parenthesis. However, when we were outside of the expression, it went to the closed paren. Interesting. And Drunkogogramma says, by the way, bracket pair underline is a setting in VS Code that isn't default. Yeah, I believe I have it turned on. But yeah, there are some settings in VS Code that aren't enabled by default that can be very useful to help you. So cool. Okay. Dan says it uses advanced AI to calculate the bracket or paren you most want in your inner heart of hearts. It reads your mind and figures out Vim is so powerful it can read your mind and figure out what your missing parenthesis is. Dr. Moto says I didn't consent for them to collect that information. Uh, hey, people are saying that AI is going to come from Chat GPT, and really, it was Vim all along. That mainframe power, nothing more powerful than a Unix server. It's already self-aware, and it's just been hiding it this entire time behind a text interface. Who knew? All the motions are random. You're just very lucky. Hey, that could be true too. My cookies were off. All right, let's learn how to do this substitute command. Type, okay, :s/old/new/g. Okay, to substitute new for old. So what I imagine this is doing, just correct me if I'm wrong, I'm just going to make a stab in the dark here, is that the :s is triggering substitute. And then the /old, that's saying, all right, what is the old thing, the word we're going to substitute, like the thing we want to take out and replace with something else. The slash, and then the /new, that encloses whatever we want to replace it with. And the G is for global. Is that right? Does the G mean global? Because yeah, this looks like regex. I'm no regex expert though, so 100%. Okay, peachy. That's like how we're all pretending Google or Siri isn't listening to our conversations to suggest things to search for. Oh yeah, yeah. Google has all my information, honestly. Well, G is greedy. Okay. All right. So we're gonna move the cursor. Type SV/d, and then enter. This command only changes the first occurrence of the. Now, if we add the /g at the end, yeah, okay, so it is globally. Adding the G flag means to substitute globally in the line, change all occurrences of the with a double E in the line. Okay, so globally in the line, though. All right. Okay. And I'm going to type :s, the, and then enter. Aha! Okay, so that replaced the one. Now I'm going to do a undo because I want to put that back. And once again, I'm going to do :s, the, and then /g. And I wanted to see it replace everything. It did. Good stuff. To change every occurrence of a character string between two lines, type, oh, okay, so the range of lines with a comma between, substitute old new G, and then %s old new G is for every occurrence in the whole file. And to find every occurrence in the whole file with a prompt whether to substitute or not. Ah, interesting. So essentially, it's like so the last one is like an optional find and replace. So it's like if I was clicking find next, and then I clicked replace on some, and then some I just did find next and skipped them. Okay, interesting. That's not something I'm going to remember. That's something I would need a cheat sheet for, but that's okay. Because I do think the VS Code, find by default is not super robust, and so this might be a nice way to quickly navigate through. Um, yeah, absolutely. Okay, yeah, this is going on the cheat sheet. This part, I'm not gonna remember this. Code gravy makes the code. Geez, gravy. Oh, the keystrokes are turned off. Okay, let me. No, they're on. They're there. Can you see them? I thought I saw them working. But let me know if you can't see them. Okay, it is on. You were just reading aloud. Okay, gotcha. I didn't read the rest of your message there. And Dr. Moto says, to be honest, if I have to do something like this, I Google the command. Absolutely, right? There's no shame in that. I have 4 cheat sheets up all the time. I will never learn. Hey, I think that's a good thing. Like I was saying before, that Excel mouse pad that I had with all those cheat codes on it really helped me. Okay, lesson 4 summary. Control G displays your location in the file and the file status. Control, I'm gonna do that one more time here. Control G. Perfect. Okay. And number G moves to that line number. GG moves to the first line. And then Shift G moves to the end of the file. Okay. Slash searches forward. Question mark searches backward. Lowercase n, I'm doing this part from memory. Lowercase n moves forward in the same direction. Continue searching. Uppercase n switches direction. Control O takes you back to older positions. Control I to newer positions. And then percent sign takes you to the matching close paren. Goes to, well, I guess goes to whatever the matching value is. And then we learned some search commands that I won't remember, which will go on a cheat sheet. Keystrokes are healthier than actual strokes. Yeah, okay. That's technically correct. Control O and Control I, very important. Yeah, to navigate back through the things you've already found, absolutely. All right, how to execute an external command. Ooh, getting fancy. So type colon exclamation followed by an external command to execute that command. Type the familiar command colon to set the cursor at the bottom of the screen. Yeah, we've seen how that happens. This allows you to enter a command line command. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Now type exclamation point. This allows you to execute any external shell command. An example, type ls, type ls following the exclamation point and then hit enter. Okay. Or use exclamation point dir if that doesn't work. Okay. Let's do colon, exclamation point for external, and then we'll do ls. Okay, it doesn't like that, probably, Linux thing, but that's okay. I am familiar with those commands, though. I do use them in Bash in VS Code, so I get what it's trying to say. I get what it's for, anyway. All right, we'll do one more here. It's probably not going to work with any of them, but that's all right. Do dir. Okay, there we go. So dir worked. Yeah, dir worked. And that's showing me approximately 1 bajillion temp files. And that's just whatever's, in this vimrun.exe. So that worked. Yay. All right, and then I'm going to escape this by pushing escape. And it says it's possible to execute any external command this way, also with arguments. All colon commands must be finished by hitting enter. From here on, we will not always mention it. Yeah, that's fair. I understand, it's just like anything you do in the command line. To execute, you hit enter. Yeah, dir since it's on Windows. Yep. It's interesting that they specify that in this particular step and not in the earlier step. Mattel says there's a cheat sheet thing for the terminal that would display some commonly used cheat sheets on the terminal. Found a GitHub a while back. Yeah, Mavi shared something earlier that was a good cheat sheet for a lot of these commands. Okay. We're making good progress. I like it. So, more on writing files. So, to save the changes made to the text, type :W and then file name. Type exclamation point dir or ls to get a listing of your directory. Choose a file name that does not exist yet, such as test. Now type :W test. Okay. Let's save the file. Now remove the file by typing exclamation point del test or rm test. Okay. Let's try it. So I'm going to do, we'll do test as the file name. So :write and then test. That will theoretically save this as test. We'll see if it'll let me save in this directory where I am currently, but who knows. Okay, so it wrote it. Cool. New Unix, it saved it, and 33,000 bytes written. Okay. To verify this, type, we'll do dir again. Yeah, there it is. There's the file. I don't know if you can see that. Saved right there. Nice. I think, and I have done that before. Um, when I was doing that Unix thing I had to do a while back, creating a file, then saving it in Unix. It was a bear. Wish I'd had this tutorial when I did it last time. If you were to exit Vim and start again with Vim test, the file would be an exact copy of the tutor when you saved it. Okay, cool. All right, let's delete it. We saw it's there already, right? So I'm going to do colon, exclamation, del, test. And I have done this one before too. Okay. I'm going to assume that did it. Dan says, "Rip Mavi." Only they knew where the knowledge was held. Well, if you revisit this stream later, you can. The links will be active in the chat window. Keeps up with it, and you can access the links there. Yeah, you can use V for Unix systems and lock the doors to keep the raptors out. Yeah, I mean that's what, like I was saying earlier, that's what I had to do at work. Was actually use V, and it was terrifying. Oops, I accidentally used the scroll wheel. I'm sorry. I need to use the proper keys. All right, we're going to jump down. Selecting text to write. Okay, to save part of the file, type vmotion :w file name. Okay, move the cursor to this line. Press V and move the cursor to the 5th item below. Note that the text is highlighted. Ooh, okay. We haven't done this yet. Ah, nice. All right. Press the colon, type W test. We already deleted test, so this should be valid. Okay. Vim will write the selected lines to the file test. Yep. And you can see that it's only 515 bytes, so it's much smaller than the other file. So I'm going to assume that that is correct. If you use the scroll wheel in actual Vim, it executes the RMRF. It just thinks you're not worthy, and yeah. Touch mouse unsub. Sol GD says, I always pronounce it Vi, like it rhymes with high. Maybe. I don't know how you're actually supposed to pronounce it. I'm assuming V. Okay, so we did that. We saved our little snippet file. Pressing V starts visual selection. You can move the cursor around to make the selection bigger or smaller. Okay, let's try that. I'm holding down, I click V, visual mode. There we go. And I'm going to go this. I'm going to click E. Okay, so I can select word by word. I'm going to go down a line. Oops, I went up. I'll get it right eventually. Okay, there we go. Yeah. And then I'm going to go back. Aha. Very nice. Okay, I'm going to get out of there. I like it. That's very quick. And so then if I were to do, I could, you can cut and paste very quickly that way. Yeah, delete stuff. I dig it. For example, then you can use an operator to do something with the text. Okay, well, let's try that real quick. I want to do, I'm going to go over here and I'm going to go up. I'm going to start here and I'm going to go into visual mode and I'm going to go to the right. I'm going to select all of this. I'm going to do a C. Probably should have done a D there, but that's okay. And then I'm going to move, where do I want to put it? I'm going to put it here. And I'm going to do a P. Ah, skills. I just wanted to see if I could, do a custom selection and then copy paste that way or cut paste that way. As Dr. Moto says, also on a related note, every aspiring dev here should watch the AMC show Halt and Catch Fire. Yeah, I need to watch that. I've heard it's really good. They only made it a year before the release of Jurassic Park, talking about System V, the originator. It's a Unix system. I love that line in Jurassic Park. It's a Unix system. I know this. Colon has a history. You can use cursor up to go back. Ah, yeah, like in Bash. Yeah, okay. So if I were to do colon and I did, and I go up, yeah, so it remembers the last command. I'll get out of that. Perfect. Nice. Okay, I'm going to go down. Retrieving and merging files. To insert the contents of a file, type :R file name. Place the cursor just above this line. After executing step 2, after executing step 2, you will see the text from lesson 5.3. Then move down to see this lesson again. Okay, we're going to retrieve our test file using the command :R test, where test is the name of the file you used. The file you retrieve is placed below the cursor line. All right. You can also read the output of an external command. For example, :R ls reads the output of the ls command and puts it below the cursor. Okay, well, we can try. Well, I don't necessarily want to do that with deer because that's going to be a lot. So, but I'll take their word for it. Go up here, place the cursor. I want to, if I can place it. Well, I'll put it there. We'll do :R for read, and then test. Ha ha! It worked. That's cool. That's dope. I like it. Nice. First try. Exactly. All right, we're going to go through the summary real quick, and then we're going to take another break, and I'm going to do the poll that Dr. Moto suggested. So for the dark mode of Vim Tutor versus the light mode. Oh, and I'm going to do a quick Control G here. Okay, so we're on line 729 of 983, 75% complete. Perfect. All right. It's a good command to know. All right, so :command executes an external command. On Windows, we can do :dir as we saw, or del. Probably won't do that one very often. :w file name writes the Vim file to disk. Okay, and then if you make a selection using V, and then do write file name, it saves the visually selected lines in file name. :R file name retrieves or reads the disk file and puts it below the cursor position. And :R :dir reads the output of dir command and puts it below the cursor position. Okay, yeah. And I've done the like I said, I've done :w file name when I was doing some of that server stuff I had to do. I remember that, but I didn't know about the the where you could take a snippet of a file and save that. That's pretty neat. Adding it to my ever-growing watch list. Yeah. Hey, Chris. No worries. Good to see you. Heard we're on our way to becoming sweaty engineers with Vim. Yeah, I gotta say, every summer the room that I'm in is where I have my little streaming setup. It gets warm in here. I will be sweating because my tower is putting off a lot of heat. Dark mode or light mode, do halfway, gray on gray. There you go. Nobody can see anything. Dan says these commands are mostly new to me. Yeah, it's fun. There's always more to learn, right? Absolutely. Okay, we're gonna take a break. 5 minutes. I'm gonna get some more hydration here. I'm out of tea. Um, get some more hydration, and please do get up, shake out your wrist, roll your neck, whatever you got to do. Don't just sit there the entire time. It's not good for you. Um, So do whatever the opposite is of whatever you're currently doing. Mix it up. And then I'm also going to set up that poll for light mode or dark mode for the remainder of the stream. What's the mug say? It has a bad word on it. You can probably imagine what it is. I'll do this for you. Yeah, it's my favorite mug. It's great. It's getting hot in here, so turn off all your GUIs. Nicholas, I'm glad that was worth a follow.
Nicholas Levo just followed.
There you go, Dr. Moto. That's what it is. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Nicholas. Can't help you, I'm afraid. All right. 5 minutes on the clock. Gotta be healthy. See you back here in 5, and we're gonna finish this bad boy out. All right, I'll see you back in 5. All right, folks, come on back when you're ready. Got about 30 seconds left in the break. Nicholas, hey, I don't know what to tell you about your current situation, my friend, but if you want to learn Vim and escape for a little bit, then you're welcome to stick around with us. All right, I'm going to go ahead and stop the timer, and we're going to finish up the rest of this tutorial. There we go. Once again, thank you to all the very knowledgeable folks in chat who are sharing all sorts of tips and tricks and advanced things, and collaborating on their mad Vim skills. I really think that's pretty awesome. I'm gonna uninstall Visual Studio. Woo! Oh, and I didn't set up the poll. Hang on, give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna set up the poll. I apologize. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Okay, so the poll was got it. Okay, the poll is running and it should be visible at the top of your chat window. Please do participate. You should see it at the top of your wherever your chat window is. You should see it at the top, currently running. As Power Coffee says, yeah, the beauty of that colon exclamation point is that you can pass in most external commands, whatever they may be, from within Vim. Absolutely. No, I'm not entering any password stuff. Nope, it's all good. Pull, 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 pull. Yeah, it's running. Okay, let's keep going. So we finished with the lesson 5 summary. We're going to jump down. The open command. Okay. Type, I think this, we kind of touched on this a little bit earlier. Type O to open a line below the cursor and place you in insert mode. Okay, so it's like inserting an empty line below the cursor. Okay. Type the lowercase letter O to open a line below the cursor and place you in insert mode. All right, let's do that. Let's go kick up here. And I'm going to type O. Aha, I see. This is, oops, this is some new text on a new line. Okay. All right, we can go back into normal mode by pressing escape as per usual. To open a line above the cursor, simply type capital O rather than lowercase o, as seems to be with most things. If you use, you can use the shift key to toggle between two opposite commands. Okay, yeah. New line above the old one. Aha, nice. Okay, so lowercase o, this is a line in the middle. Lovely. And then uppercase O above. Got it. And I already did that once, but I'll do it again. Very nice. Okay. What could possibly go wrong? Mavi says, I'm partial to slate or high contrast mode, but since there's only two options, I guess those fall under the dark mode. Yeah, I would consider those part of dark mode. Yep. Okay, next up we've got the append command. We can type A to insert text after the cursor, which we already were doing, right? We've already done this. Move the cursor, blah, blah. Press E until the cursor is on the end of LI. Type A to append text after the cursor. Yep, I already stumbled in on that one. Complete the word like the line below it. Press escape to exit insert mode. Use E to move to the next complete word. Okay, we'll do that. Because capital A appends at the end of the line, lowercase a appends within the line. Got it. Okay, we're going to kick up here. We'll go to end, and we'll do A. Okay. And then we'll go, oops, go back like this. Oops, wrong key. All right, there we go. And we'll do A, and we will there, and then A, ending. Ha, nice. Yeah, that's pretty slick. Yeah, uppercase and lowercase O, similar to uppercase and lowercase p. Yeah, we've kind of seen um, a lot of these dichotomies, which you can trigger one way or the other using the shift key, right? We saw that with the lowercase n and the uppercase n when you're doing a search, right? You can change direction. You can go in the same direction by using lowercase n and use uppercase n to reverse direction. Yeah. And lowercase a, um, lowercase a, lowercase I, and uppercase a all go to the same insert mode. The only difference is where the characters are inserted. Yeah. So, um, so A is after the current character, I is on top of whatever current character you're on, and uppercase A is at the end of the line. If I understand it, tell me if I got that wrong, but I think I got it right. Okay, another way to replace. Drunk Uncle Grandma says, "What blows my mind is that we are over 3 hours in and still at commands, but the implications of these commands would be so powerful in the long run." Yeah, that's the important part. I think is that this is the bedrock of the types of things that can really pay off for you in the long run if you know them well. And so, spending more time on the basics is never a bad thing. I don't think, because that's the foundation that you need to save you the most time if it's what you use most often. We're building our toolkit. Exactly, Divker. Yep. We say that a lot in 100 devs, right? Is that we're building our toolkit. Mattel, correct me there slightly. I inserts before the cursor position. I said on top, it's before. Uh, A is after. Okay. All right, so we can use capital R to replace more than one character. Move the cursor to the first line. Move the cursor to the beginning of the first triple X. Now press R and type the number below it in the second line. Okay, so that it replaces the triple X. All right, let's try it. Here, and I'm going to go to the first one right here. Capital R. Oh, and then okay, 4, 5, 6. Got it. Okay. Yeah, I see the underneath cursor is that to me that yeah that's like if you use the insert key on Windows on a Windows keyboard, it'll basically replace whatever your cursor is currently on. So that tracks. All right, go there, here, and then I'm going to do uppercase R. Woo!
Sokola underscore Kosk just followed.
Thank you, Sokol. Appreciate it. We'll do 579 and escape. Perfect. Replace mode is like insert mode, but every typed character deletes an existing character or overwrites it rather than inserting between existing characters. Okay, by the way, the poll is almost over. So hit it up if you haven't already. Be sure to vote there. You've got about maybe a couple minutes. So Keith, um, I would argue that this is the tutor that comes with Vim. So that's why we're doing this today. That I found a lot of utility already out of these commands because I'm probably not going to be using Vim in vanilla mode anyway. I'm going to be using a lot of these keybinds in VS Code. So that to me, this has already given me a lot of utility. Um, faster, better, faster navigating. You know, most of it is the navigation, quick replaces, quick deletions. I don't know. I think it's nice. Low effort says, "Where's the poll?" At the top of your chat window, so where you're typing in chat right now, you should have the ability to click on uh, like a box that has the poll in it, and then you can vote in there. Dan says, Mind Wolf, have you considered that knowing Vim keybinds, React, TypeScript, and SQL might make you too powerful as an individual who watches the watchers?
Ferner28 just followed.
Thank you for the follow, Ferner. Well, I will say that, like I said before, the best thing about this industry is that you're probably never going to be the best in a room at anything, right? There's always going to be somebody who's better at something than you and knows more than you. And that just drives you to learn more, right? And so you're never going to be the best. And so there's always a drive to just learn more and more and more, whether or not you ever get paid for it or not. I think that's great. Aaron's better than me at everything. That's fair, Toast. I like that. They say one thing I like about Vim that we can see the benefits of now and doesn't have to do with speed, is that you have to be deliberate with making changes. Um, with other editors, I'm always afraid I clicked on the wrong part of the screen or wait, did I just hit a key? Yeah, that's fair. Sometimes you can have a mouse click that you didn't intend. Um, you don't know where your cursor is, that kind of thing. Yeah. Well, it looks like dark mode was the winner, so we can switch it. We'll do color scheme. What do we got here? These are very confusing names. What's Ron? Why is there a Ron? I have to see what that is. I'm sorry. Oh, okay, it's like high contrast. That's not bad. So there's a color scheme named Ron. It's a lovely blue. I think we'll use that. Low effort says can try Control A over a number. Okay. What? What the hell? Did you all see that? What is happening? What the hell? Whoa. I hope y'all can see that. That's wild, man. So control over a number, control A increments it. Now, okay, what happens if I do this? What happens if I go to the left and I do it here? Okay, no, so it still increments it, regardless of where your cursor is. Huh, that's nuts. It can count. Like I said before, it's becoming self-aware. I swear. AI is not going to be Chat GPT. It's going to be Vim. It's been hiding this whole time. Control X decrements. Okay, let's do it. Whoa, that's rad, dude. Yeah, nice. Okay, so actually, no, I'm going to do this.
Tateras just followed.
Thank you for the follow, Tateras. It does the integer and decimal part separately. Okay. May I talk to you about the Holy Church of Emacs? It's always a better tool, right? Always a bigger fish. Very neat. Thank you for that. That's really cool. So replace mode is like insert mode, but every typed character deletes an existing character. And as a reminder, to do that, we did capital R, which allowed us to basically allowed us to replace stuff until we told it to stop, right? Um, Okay, now we're going to do copy paste. So before we did cut paste, right? We were able to cut text and then put or paste it in another location because it was stored in a buffer. We did something similar with delete. We used the D key and then a motion to say, all right, I want to delete this much. And that was also held in buffer, so we were able to put that down. But now we're going to learn how to copy. All right, so use the Y operator to copy text and P to paste it. So I'm going to move to the line, place the cursor after A. Okay, kick up. It's probably wants to be here, maybe here. Yeah. Start visual mode with V and move the cursor to just before first. Okay, V, and then I'm going to go one at a time here. Right there. Type Y to yank. What? All right, whatever. Type Y to yank. And now move the cursor to the end of the next line. Okay, J bash. Ooh, another command. J bash. Is that what I meant to do? Okay, sure. Type P to paste. Aha, I see. Interesting. So P to paste, but I'm in normal mode, so I don't think this is going to work. I think I have to do this. A second, or I could have done A there, but, and then escape. The A second, okay. Not sure that makes sense, but I did what it said. All right, use visual mode to select item, yank it with Y, move it to the end of the line with J bash, and put the text there with P. Okay. Yeah, Y is copy. I mean, that's what they say. They call it yank, but then afterwards they say copy. So that's what it is. It's yank and kill, really violent editing. You can tell that those late '80s, early '90s programmers had a lot going on. Yank is short for Sir Henry Yankerford, the mathematician who first theorized the possibility of copying someone else's work. I freaking love that. Dr. Mode, I can see your messages. I don't know what you're talking about. I can see your stuff. It's I can see when AutoMod flags something, and it didn't capture those your last few messages. They're visible. Y is yanked to a buffer. You can yank to multiple buffers and registers. Okay, wow, getting wild up in here. Okay, what else do they want us to do? Use visual mode to select item. Wait, what? Oh, here. Okay, go left, V, here. Okay, yank it with Y, and move to the end of the next line with J, J, oops, J bash. Okay, there we go. J bash, got it. And put the text there with P. Okay. Aha! Very cool. Okay, so Y, I gotta remember Y for yank, Y for copy, C for cut, and then all the regular commands for paste and put. I like that paste is always just P. There's not a different command for that there. Why do I need to press? Oh, okay. I see. No, we already went over you. Yeah, it's just undo. And then, but we can practice it. And then Control R for redo. Undo, redo, undo, redo. Yay. We can go back and forth. Yeah. It's always good to review those things. You can also use Y as an operator. What? YW yanks one word. YY yanks the whole line. Ooh, that's useful. I'm going to try that real quick. Hang on. Up here. I'm going to go to this line, and I'm going to do YY. And then P puts the line. Okay. And then we're going to go down. I'm going to do P. Ha. Very nice. Yes. Bueno, indeed. I like it. YY is useful. All right. Next is set option. Set an option so a search or substitute ignores case. Search for ignore by doing /ignore. Repeat several times by pressing N. Set the IC option by entering set IC. Now search for ignore again. Note that ignore and all caps ignore are also found. Okay, we'll do that first. So I'm actually going to move my cursor up here because they want to do /ignore, so we're going to be searching forward rather than going backwards. So I'm going to do ignore. Oops, I can't spell. Hang on. Ignore and then enter. Okay, so that found the first instance there. We'll do, yep, all right. Set IC by doing colon, set IC. So you have to hit enter there. All right. And search for ignore again by pressing N. I'm going to go back using uppercase and see if it grabs. Yeah, so there, it grabbed the all uppercase ignore as well. And so that shows that we are ignoring case. And if I do Shift N again, it also grabbed the one with the first cap. Yeah. Okay. Set the HL search and ink search options to HLS and IS. Now type the search command again and see what happens. Okay. I'm not sure exactly what this is doing, but set HLS and IS. Nope, not US. Gosh dang. All right, IS. There we go. Aha. Ooh. I like that. Okay, so HLS has got to be highlight search, right? It's got to be highlight search. That's that helps a lot to actually highlight all the found. And then include search has got to be include. So IS has got to be, it includes whatever string we're searching for, right? Yeah. Incremental search. Oh, incremental search. Okay. So increment through all possible matches and highlight them. Is that what that means? Yank. So alt sys request says for extra confusion in vanilla Emacs, yank is paste. Why the flip is that paste in Emacs? That makes zero linguistic sense. Yank is paste. How could that possibly make any logical sense at all? Wow, that's amazing. To remove the highlighting matches, enter colon no HL search. Okay. If we want to ignore case for just one search command, use /C in the phrase ignore /C. Oh, okay. Got it. /C for one case. Okay. Once again, these will be more cheat sheet items that I won't remember right now, but they will go on a cheat sheet. Oh, okay. So yank. So in Emacs, yank is paste because you're yanking it out of the clipboard. Oh boy. Okay. Dr. Moto says, "I will scream." That's funny. All right. So we type O to open a line below the cursor and start insert mode. Type capital O for above. Lowercase a to insert text after the cursor. Uppercase A to insert text after the end of a line. So lowercase append is small append after the cursor. Uppercase A is at the end of the line. E moves to the end of the word. We saw that already. Yank, we're yanking text to the clipboard. And P, we're putting it back down, pasting it. Capital R enters replace mode until escape is pressed. And then set is, as we saw before, sets a particular option. Ignore case, ink search, ignore case, allowing us to ignore upper and lower case when searching, and ink search shows partial matches for a search phrase. Won't remember those. HL search, though, very useful. I like that. Highlights the matching phrases. You can either use the long or short option name. As we've seen with most things, there's abbreviations. Every that a lot. I think a lot of these abbreviations are probably from back when every letter used significant memory in a system, and so it's nice to have abbreviations. Yank or yeet. Prepend no to switch an option off. So you can say set no IC to switch off ignore case. Lesson 7.1 getting help. That's great. Use the online help system. Vim has a comprehensive online. I love how they hyphenate online. That shows you how old this tutorial is. It's great. It's fantastic. Vim has a comprehensive online help system on the information superhighway. You know that image of the kid surfing on the keyboard? Like that's what's in my head right now. You can press the help key if you have one. You can press the F1 key. I have that. Or I'm going to do colon help. Help. Aha. That's confusing. Oh, okay. So this is help.txt. All right. And it's opened above my existing window. All right. Read the text in the help window to find out how the help works. You can type :Q enter to close the help window. Control W. Ooh. Control W to jump from one window to another. Control uppercase. Control Shift W. Oops, that's the wrong one. Sorry. Okay, control. Oh, there we go. It sometimes works. It works on every second. Oh, control W, control W, I see. So it's a repeated command. I got it. I get it. I'm a little slow in the uptake, but I'm following. All right, I'm jumping between, if you can't tell, I'm jumping between window to window here right now. So each time that bar is highlighted is when I'm jumping. Just the link to Stack Overflow. If you want to get help and get yelled at the same time, go to Stack Overflow. Sorry, can't tonight. I'm going online. Yeah. You can do C-W, C to close current window, C-W, lowercase o to close the other one. Okay, so if I wanted to, I don't want to close my main window, so I'm going to switch. I can do, this better be right, lower effort. C, is that control W O? I'm assuming that's what you mean. Wait, control W O? I don't think I did that right. I'm just going to do this. I'm going to do Q, close that. There we go. You can find help on just about any subject by giving an argument to the help command. Okay? So, okay, I'll try one more time. All right, we'll open help again. We'll do help. Yeah, we'll do this. We'll do help W, not W2. Although help W2 would be nice. The American taxation system is a disaster, and taxes are much harder than they should be. And so, if there was a utility that was free that helped with taxes, then that would be amazing. Yeah, help W2. Yeah, help 1044. I mean, that would be great. But yes, all right, help W. Okay, we've opened that, and I see that it has taken me to the line about W and its various application. It tells me what it does, what it's for, all that sort of thing. Help send me all my W-2s. I'm a popular contractor. Could be W9, probably worse. What the F1? You can use the Vim direction keys to jump to a window in that direction. Okay, Keith. So I'm not sure what. So I'm using the Vim direction keys, and that scrolls up and down within the existing window. Do you mean Control W with a if I did J? Oh, I see. It jumped. Yeah. I didn't do it twice. I just did Control W once and I jumped. So okay, yeah. So what I did there, you can see in my key press, I did Control W plus K. That jumped me up. If I do Control W J, that jumped me down. Yeah, there we go. Nice. Okay, I'm gonna go up and I'm gonna do it was just colon Q, right? Yeah.
Andres Pipo 21028 just followed.
Thank you, Andres. Thank you for the follow. Nice. Okay, so basically what they're saying is that you can open the help. Um, oh, thank you, Razu.
Razu Epic just followed.
So what they're saying there is that we can do the help command and then a specific keyword to go straight to that in the help docs. Nice. I'm still going to be asking ChatGPT, but you know, help user manual. Okay, let's do help user manual. I just want to see what that does. Help user manual. Aha. Okay. Cool. So this is the full manual then.
Sergio Ogden Calves just followed.
Thank you, Serge. Thank you for the follow. That's very cool. Okay, that's really nice. So if you want a more in-depth manual for all the things that you can do, you can just do help user manual and read it there. I'm sure you could also find a plain text version online, but whatever floats your boat. All right, and I'm going to do colon Q again to quit that. I'm getting better. It's all in text files, so cute. The ticks and trips. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, next thing here is creating a startup script. Vim has so many more features than V, but most of them are disabled by default. To start using more features, you should create a vimrc file, and we can edit that, write the file. Okay, I'm not sure I want to do that right now. I'm afraid I would screw something up. Uh, but what they're doing there, be the example. Okay, well, we'll try it. It's all good. We're almost done. Okay, so E tilde slash vimrc. Okay, I'm using the Windows version of that because I'm on Windows. Um, and okay, I'm not sure what that means. No write since last change. Add exclamation point to override. Okay. You let me out? All right. Well, let's try. Okay, let's try again. All right. I guess I'll try the Unix command. Tilde slash dot vimrc. Nope. Oh, it means you edited the file that I haven't saved. Okay. I don't really want to save it though. So would I just do yeah, okay. I'll do an I don't really care about saving this stuff that I've done so far. So let's try one more time. And I'm going to append a exclamation point, and we'll see if that does it. So E tilde boop underscore vimrc. Okay. And then exclamation point. Mm-hmm. I don't know what I just did. No clue. Control WN. All right, let's do that. New window. All right. So we'll see if I can read it now. All right. E tilde slash dot, oh, sorry, underscore vimrc. All right. Now read the example vimrc file contents, :r dash vim runtime slash vimrc underscore example dot vim. Okay, I think I spelled everything correctly. I could have just, probably copied and pasted that, but I wanted to type it out. Good to practice the keystrokes. Okay. Hey, that worked. I'm sure whatever happened, it made it better. That's debatable. Okay. So we can read the file contents here. Thank you for that, Keith. I appreciate it. Having that new window open and then having the tutor contents just below. I mean, that should be like what they told you to do for everything, honestly. Um, okay, what's all this? Get the defaults that most users want. Okay, example. Okay, so it's just an example for a vimrc file. I see. Write the file with :w. Okay, it wrote. Hooray! The next time you start Vim, it will use syntax highlighting. Okay, I'm going to do :q to close this. And we're back to the main tutor file. Cool. You can add all your preferred settings to this vimrc file. For more information, type help vimrc intro. Okay, I'll let you guys explore that if you want to. This broadcast has restored my vim and vigor. Absolutely. So let me tell you guys, these weekly streams that I do, sometimes I'm really tired when I start a stream. Sometimes I'm just like, oh my God. And maybe I didn't sleep very well. Maybe I don't know, maybe I'm super hungry or thirsty, like not feeling great. But by the end of the stream, I am always feeling awesome. Even if I've been talking for 3 hours, I feel great because this is fun as hell. And it does, it restores your vim and vigor to get up here and talk for 3 hours or longer about a fun topic. It really does. I always feel better after a stream. I feel accomplished. I feel happy that I've spoken to you folks. Um, and yeah, it's always restorative in some way. Never fails. Oh, thanks, Chris. You must first be able to walk the rice paper path and leave no footprints before you can use the power allowed to you in the vimrc file. Yeah, that's what it feels like. That feels like it could be dangerous. All right, lesson 7.3 is completion. Command line completion with Control D and Tab. Make sure Vim is not in compatible mode. Oh, okay, let's do that. All right, so we're going to do set not p, okay, and then we'll do a deer. Oh, I'm not sure I want to do that because there's a ton of files in this directory, so I'm not sure I want to do a deer. um, I know I know what's in there already. We'll do E and then Control D. Oh, nice. Autocomplete, baby. Okay. Type D tab, and Vim will complete the command name to edit. Okay. D tab. Oh, I see. Now add a space in the start of an existing file name, and then press tab, and Vim will complete the name if it is unique. Oh, neat. Okay. So that's really similar to the kind of thing that you can do in VS Code. Autocomplete uses tab. Um, completion work for many commands. Just try pressing Control D and tab. It's especially useful for help. Yeah. So I think I'm not going to do that for this, but autocomplete using tab is very familiar. It's what you can do in a lot of programs. Um, and yeah, that's a familiar way to do it. So what they did there was you start to type a command and then do Control D. I think that's the more unfamiliar part. So if I were to do something like something like T, I don't know. and then do Control D. Yeah. So you can see a bunch of commands there that you can do, starting with T. And then you can autocomplete if you want by starting to type a
Wizard
file
Lizard
name.
8998 just followed.
Thank you, Wizard. Thank you for the follow. And then you can start to type a file name, use tab to autocomplete, and then open it. Neat. Hey, Wusa. Good to see you. Welcome to the stream. Hi, indeed. People often publish their RC files. You can go look at them for inspiration. Yeah, I think that's probably a much better way to do it than trying to build your own, right? You should just take somebody's RC file that does what you want and then work with that. Quadsat says, how long will we take? We're not done yet, man. Come on. Jungle Grandma says, having to wake up every 3 hours to feed foster kittens. Yeah, I always love my foster kittens, but holy cannoli, those first few weeks are tough. I long for the day when they're able to eat on their own and I don't have to feed them anymore. I love them; they're adorable and they're cuddly and sweet. But yeah, I lose a lot of sleep during those weeks every single time. It's fun though; I love it. But yeah, I did find it a food, a specific food. It's by Royal Canin, and it's the best food ever for getting kittens to switch from formula to wet food. Yeah, it's Royal Canin Mother and Baby Cat, and they go after it. It's crazy. They love it. It's $2 a can for like one of those little tiny cat food cans. It's $2, but it is worth it. Dan says extrovert. I feel, but no, I am not an extrovert. Uh, Contrary to how it may seem on stream, I am not. I enjoy these streams because of the wholesome interactions and and the cool topics, but I'm by far not an extrovert in the slightest sense of the word. I'm a well practiced introvert. I've practiced, honed my skills so that I can seem sociable, but I spend the majority of the rest of my week not talking to anyone if I can help it. In person anyway. I my battery doesn't really get drained so much by talking to people via text as we're doing now, like via chat. Um, but yeah, holy heck, I try to avoid talking to people for the rest of the week if I can help it, other than my coworkers. Streaming is fun, but I also find it tiring. Yeah, it's not that it isn't tiring necessarily. Um, it's easy to burn out, and that's why so many professional streamers do burn out eventually because they just can't. They try to do too much and they can't hack it. So I'm very careful of that as well. And thank you for the follow, Wizard Lizard. Wizard Lizard has said, "Hello, is this really Vim, the legendary editor?" It is. We are doing Vim Tutor today. Um, Having fun learning about the basics of Vim. Yeah, we're just wrapping up now. Lower F, it says, you stream weekly. I do. My schedule is posted on my channel. Also, if you want to follow me on Twitter, that's where I release the topic of whatever we're going to be talking about that day. So same name on Twitter at mine. Well, if you can do exclamation point Twitter, if you want to know how to spell my handle. But yeah, that's where I talk. That's where I announce the upcoming stream topic of whatever we're going to be streaming about, so you can decide whether you want to tune in. Wizard Liz says, so cute. How old are they? Talking about my foster kittens. Yeah, right now they are about 6 weeks old. Yeah, I got them when they were about 2 weeks old. Yeah, they're from the Humane Society. Most shelters and humane societies simply don't have the resources to give young kittens the care that they need. We're talking, being fed every 2 to 3 hours when they're very young, and they just don't have the staff and resources to do that. So they need people to foster these kittens to give them the care that they need so that they have a chance to grow up. Doesn't always work, but we do the best we can, right? Dr. Moto says, I commit my RC files to GitHub so I can sync them. Sure, that's a good way too. Well, Alfred says it takes some effort to talk to a camera. Yeah, and don't get me wrong, it takes effort to do this. It absolutely does. not necessarily for this particular stream, um, but for most of the streams that I do spend several hours preparing the day before, prepping a project, looking for bugs, um, thinking up answers to questions that I expect people will ask, especially if it's an educational stream. If I'm teaching something, it takes hours of preparation. That is draining to do. Absolutely, yeah. Wizard says here in Turkey, it's hard to have a pet. A little bit of a luxury, sure, yeah, yeah. Not every country, has the same relationship to pets or the same ability to keep pets because it is extra resources, right? Yeah. Chris says, hear that? I'm on the introvert spectrum that enjoys interaction. Uh, Interaction is just draining. Yeah. At that point, I need to go into reclusive mode to recharge. Yep, same here. Quadshot says, your streams have me curious to try streaming a homework. Do it. Even if you only get a couple viewers, the best way to tell whether or not you have learned the material that you are working on is by trying to teach it to somebody else. Because the moment you try to explain something and you're like, I think this is, and you just find yourself regurgitating whatever's on the page, that means you haven't learned it, right? If you can't restate it in your own words and teach it to somebody else in simple language, then you haven't really learned it. And Dr. Vim, wow, we have a doctor in the house. G Vim, hecka yeah. Yeah, we're doing Vim tutor today. No, Dr. Moto, the only prep I did for this stream today is I made sure that I could open it and made sure that I could make the font size larger. That was really all that I did. I have not gone through these lessons already. I do prep for my streams. This today I did not. Quadshot says I prep for everything. It helps my anxiety. Yeah, mine too. I have anxiety as well. I mean, you grad, it is really draining, but also so fun. Get ready for that subject. Yeah, it's just fun, isn't it? Yeah, and Dr. Vim says streaming is motivating. Absolutely. You commit yourself to a task for that stream. 100%. All right, let's finish out the last little bit of this and then we can have a little bit of a general back and forth, ask questions, talk about stuff. All right, lesson summary. We did help to open the help window. Or we could also press F1 or help, type help, and then a search term to find help on that term. And we could do Control W to jump to another window. Or as Keith said, we can also do, navigate via like J and K to go up and down in Windows, or potentially left and right. You can create a startup script if you want. When typing a colon command, use Control D to do auto completion or to see partial completions, and then Tab to auto complete. Okay. This concludes the tutor. It was intended to give a brief overview of the Vim editor, just enough to allow you to use the editor fairly easily. I think it did that for the most part. However, chat helped out as well with a lot of other useful commands. It is far from complete as Vim has many more commands. Read the user manual next. Yeah, and we looked at the user manual briefly before, right? Help user dash manual. And then they recommend a book, which is Vim Be Improved by Steve Qualine. So check that out if you want to. I suppose you could probably, honestly, that a book like that is probably available as a free ebook somewhere online. And if it isn't, it's probably available in your local library's ebook library. So most local libraries in the United States are a part of Libby or Overdrive, which is a free ebook checkout service that you can use from anywhere, even if you can't access your local library. Yeah. So don't pay for this book. If you do plan to read it, don't pay for it. Either find a free copy somewhere online, which I'm sure is floating around out there, or check out your local library's ebook system. You can also read Learn the V editor. And yeah, that's the end. Now, I'm just to test myself here. I almost did the wrong one, but I'm going to do GG and go back to the beginning. Hey, woo! Came full circle, baby. All right. Vim golf. Okay, I'm gonna close the tutorial, but I literally didn't know anything besides Q or E in Vim. But isn't it so old? It is old, yeah, it is. But I think you'll find that it's still fairly commonly used, and you will find that there are applications where you can't navigate any other way. So, for example, I was saying earlier that I had to do something for work for like my paid job where I'm a SQL developer normally, but I had to get into a Unix server to move some files around and to write a new file, do some commands, all that sort of thing. And I had no friggin' idea what I was supposed to be doing because the Unix server used V as its interface. So not even Vim, but V as its interface. And I was completely lost, terrified of screwing something up. And I had to call one of the senior members on the team who had a Unix background, and have them hold my hand and tell me every single key press because I had no friggin' clue. If I'd have known some of these commands when I was interacting with that server, I would have felt a lot better and more confident. I mean, I'm sure I would have gotten the commands wrong sometimes, but I would have felt much more confident going into that, and it would have been done a lot faster. And I wouldn't have had to bug my senior coworker either. Old as gold. And Toast says Vim help is actually really helpful. Every Vim Stack Overflow question has answers, but the answers always ended. This information is available in help and then the search term. Sure. Quadshot says, yay, 4 hours. Yes. And for those of you keeping track at home, um,
Protoman16 just
thank
followed.
you for the follow, Protoman. For those of you keeping track at home, we took bets at the start of this. So it says right here, where is it? Yeah, the approximate time required to complete this tutorial is 30 minutes. We said, okay, this is a 30-minute tutorial in stream time. How long is this going to take? It took us, so the I think the majority of the money was on 3.5 hours, just averaging based on how some of the other streams have gone. It took us 4 hours to get through it, a 30-minute tutorial, because we are thorough. We take our time. We don't rush things, and we make sure that we have comprehension and understanding before we move on to the next topic. And I think that's the best part. But yeah, y'all who put money on 3.5 were pretty close. I think some folks said 4 hours though. Yeah. Vimvasion of the chat. Sergio says Vim and Vim helps me with anxiety. Okay, that's awesome. Whatever helps you out. There are Easter eggs in Vim. Help exclamation point. Okay, okay. I got to try that. All right. Help. Um, help exclamation point. Ha! Oh my god! Don't panic. That's got to be a Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy reference. That's amazing. I love it. All right, let's do another one. Help 42. Again, another Hitchhiker's reference. What is the meaning of life, the universe, and everything? Douglas Adams, the only person who knew what this question really was about, is now dead, unfortunately. So now you might wonder what the meaning of death is. Oh God. That is incredible. Thank you for showing me that. I love the Hitchhiker's Guide. I was just talking about that with some of my coworkers. That's fantastic. Hey Caster, how's it going? Smile. Okay, there's another one. Smile. Oh, once again, that's the logo. If you didn't know, that's not just a smiley face. That is the logo for the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. The smiley face with the this. Yeah. So somebody was a major Douglas Adams fan. Fantastic. Divker says, brief overview. There's more? There's always more, Divker. It never ends. Libraries for the win, indeed. Libby, I'm a reading machine learning book I checked out of Libby right now. Absolutely. Vim Golf. Okay, Dr. Moto. Knowledge to the people. Old is gold. Thank you for the follow, Saul.
Solved just followed.
Vim and NeoVim are constantly being developed. Yeah, that's absolutely true. These are not dead. They may be old, but they're not dead. And I think that's the important part is that they're still getting new features regularly. There was a new feature release in May for Vim, I believe. So don't count it out just because it's old. SQL is the same way. So SQL was invented in 1977, and I am getting paid to do SQL development every single day. That's my day job.
Igumus just followed.
Thank you, Igumas. So just because a language or a tool is a little older doesn't mean it doesn't have value. It's like COBOL, old but prevalent. Sure, I would argue SQL. Yeah.
Wuza just followed.
Thank you, Wiza. Vim isn't that old. V is. Yeah, I mean they're both relatively old, but yeah, V is older certainly. V keybinds make you faster dev. Sure. Yep. Sure. If you like heavy customization, Serja, yeah, like Serja says, if you like heavy customization, then Vim is very customizable. Yeah. I was way off time wise. RDGAs. Yeah, I can always stretch a stream out. Quadchat says, would you do a Pulsar tutorial? Yeah, how do you do? Hang on. Let's see. Oh, yeah. If you want to check your channel points, if anybody wants to check their channel points, below the chat window where you would type a message, there should be a little, like, looks like a little bubble. And if you hover over it, it'll say something like wolf widgets. Those are channel points. So if you click on that, you should be able to see your channel points and rewards that you can purchase with those points. We hold kittens. Vim key bindings or QWERTY key bindings. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Oh, I'm almost out of water, but I'll drink the last of it. There we go. And Nakamoto suggested a poll. Thank you for the stretch. Oh, there we go. So Divker says, so the multiplier looks like it's 7 to 8 times whatever the recommended time is. Yeah, that's fair. Well, let me tell you, Divker, Leon himself once told me that um, 30 minutes, I asked, like, how does he estimate time for lessons? Leon, how do you estimate time, how long these lessons are going to take? He said, 30 minutes of material will take at least 3 hours. Like, and that's from an extremely experienced teacher. And so, that's that, and that has held true. Absolutely. If not, it'll take 3 hours, if not more, to cover. Yeah. Don't panic, get a towel. Madeline says, Mayan, when/if. Oh, thank you for the posture check. Yeah, I'm such a gremlin. I gargoyle, I hunch over. Um, when/if 100 dev starts over again, are you going to go back to the beginning and teach people the basics? Yeah, absolutely. I plan to. I may continue doing advanced streams, for one day a week, and then beginner streams another day, just to mix it up a little bit. But we'll see. Purple Elf, what the what? Long time no see, my friends. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope y'all are having a great day so far. What were y'all working on today?
Lo-Fi Boy 11T just followed.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Good to see you all. I hope y'all are having a great day. What were y'all working on? Gotta catch up with chat here. Yeah, and Keith said the next step with Vim is to learn command and then motion. So those combinations, how to pair them together. Absolutely. Igmus, thank you for the follow. T-SQL is the best. I've used T-SQL and PL/SQL and Postgres, and yeah, I mean it's not too hard to switch between them. Tell us how to optimize our queries. Yeah, I mean just to have indexes on your tables, man, like indexes that make sense. Make it easier to query those bad boys. Most of the time, folks forget to add indexes at all. Quacha says, "How do I use channel points?" You can just click on the channel point icon and choose your reward. Then he's sitting on 130 points. Oh my goodness. Sorry, I'm still catching up with chat. Oh, Purple Elf. What were you working on? You were working on a bunch of small things. Nothing big on the to-do list right now. Just fixing bugs and minor things. Mostly chatting, really. That's awesome. How are you? I'm doing great. Thank you so much, Purple Elf, once again for the raid. We went through Vim Tutor today. I know it shows them at the start of the file, but we actually just finished it, and I was practicing the command to return to the start of the file, which is GG. I was just practicing the commands that we learned. Um, and I'm learning those useful key commands for Vim so that maybe I can use them, set them in VS Code and get faster at editing files. Yeah. So we practiced them both, right? We did so GG and Shift G. So we did both. Yeah. So useful commands, hooray! Getting faster. 10x, yeah, I see what you're saying about using different tools for different things, and that's the cool thing is that for whatever your taste may be, there is probably a tool for you. Yeah, exactly. As Purple Elf said, it's really just one of the options. Yeah, Purple Elf is a very experienced dev. You should definitely give them a follow. I'm gonna do how have I not shouted you out yet, Purple Elf? I'm sorry. Shout out, shout out, purple, oh, purple. Is it two E's? No, one E. Okay, there we go. Hopefully that works. Maybe. Madeline says, any more kitten camps today? No, no more kitten camps today. Normalizing your DBs can work wonders. Absolutely. GG just makes sense, honestly. So we were talking about that earlier, Tobes. Um, and yeah, I was actually saying that I felt like GG should go to the end of the file because that's what you say at like the end of a Counter Strike match or whatever. GG feels like the end. It's what you say when you're done with a match. I feel like they should be reversed, but I don't know. Wusa says, if I'm gonna ask what system or engine you use for your SQL, yeah, so where I work, which is what I get paid for, we do Oracle SQL. But in the past, I've actually used Microsoft SQL Server, and yeah, various other tools as well. I've used Postgres. Yeah, I mean it's not too hard to switch between them, honestly. Once you get the hang of basic SQL, if you know basic SQL, you can jump between flavors without too much trouble. No. Monster, that's funny. I'm sorry, the auto mod caught your message. I apologize. I'm going to allow that. I don't know why it held it. Purple Elf says, I love seeing my name on your screen one letter at a time. Yeah, I have this keystroke visualizer up because as we were going through all these keyboard commands in the tutorial, I wanted folks to be able to see what keys I was pressing. But yeah, it is kind of funny. I'm going to turn it off because I'll forget that it's on otherwise. Uh, Disillusion says, I find it very confusing that there are different dialects for SQL, and the same query may not work with another engine. Although the end is just relational algebra, sure. Yeah, so the thing is, it's sort of like different, I think of it like different versions of English. So British English, American English, and Australian English are all different from each other. Why? All sorts of reasons, right? Geographical, cultural, all those sorts of things. They're all, but none of them, I mean, they're all different for no particular reason. There's no reason they have to be different. They just are. Um, that's how I kind of see the different flavors of SQL. But we can translate between them pretty easily once we know, what those terms mean, right? Certain slang words and that kind of thing. So I just see it like different versions of English. Drop tables. Drop tables, mate. Yeah. Don't do that. Alt says ever use stored procs? Yeah, absolutely. For a while, I worked um, at an e-commerce company. So the kind that they printed custom designs on home goods of varying types. But the entire production floor, the logistics of it, were controlled by a homegrown SQL database with a crap ton of stored procedures running everything, like everything. It was not a store bought logistics program or anything like that. It was all run by custom coded stored procedures that were actually coded by my manager at the time, who is like literal SQL genius. And so, yeah, stored procs are super powerful. Absolutely. Northern English versus Southern English. Use guys versus y'all fellers. Yeah. Yeah. And not just SQL has dialects. Others do too. Exactly. Emacs Lisp isn't the same as Common Lisp, but there's still Lisp dialects. Sure. Yeah, the thing about SQL is that it is, at its nature, it's really just a set of standards. There's a SQL set of SQL standards that all versions of SQL have to conform to or should conform to. But most of these companies, Microsoft and Oracle, and I don't know, all these other groups, they build flavors that make sense to them and accomplish specific tasks that they want to accomplish. But they still have to conform to the basic SQL standard. Even NoSQL is not far away from SQL. Yeah, there are after learning SQL, I learned MongoDB and NoSQL and that kind of thing, and there are commonalities across the board, even though they're supposed to be the opposite of each other. They really aren't. Um, yeah, are they written differently? Yeah, of course, but you're still going to be doing a lot of the same things, just in a slightly different way. So the concepts still track. If the only tool you got, every problem looks like a nail. If the only tool you got is a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. Yeah. Thank you for the hydrate. I'm out of hydration though. I'm. I'll eat an edamame bean. I have edamame here. I'll do that. There you go. Just do relational databases in Excel. Oh my god. Oh boy. I love Excel. I absolutely do. It is my favorite piece of software. Don't get me wrong, but holy cannoli, it is not good at large data sets. It just isn't. The best thing you can do, if you so I've had several folks talk to me who are interested in like becoming data analysts, and doing large scale data analytics, which I think is awesome. And the best thing you can do for yourself is learn enough SQL to write a query that can pull a subset of data that has all the fields that you want filtered down to the type of data that you need. And you can get that. You can have your compact data subset that has only the good data that you actually want. And then you can drop that into Excel, and you can do your charts, and you can do your graphs and your visualizations and your pivot tables off of that data subset. The best thing you can do for yourself is learn enough SQL to query a read only. You don't even have to learn how to create or update or delete or anything like that. Just learn the read operations in SQL, and you will be so powerful. You'll be able to get whatever data subset you want and then dump that sucker in Excel. Yeah, edamame is delicious. Absolutely. Water is important. Yeah, normally I do have hydration with me. I just forgot it in the other room, at the last break. So I'll survive. It's all good. Dr. Moda says, I have umbrage with Excel for turning protein sequences into dates. Yes, the way Excel handles dates is garbage. I will say that. But it does have a lot of good qualities. But yes, the way it handles dates is nonsensical. And as Frankly says, the joins can be a bit tricky, but most SQL is easy peasy. And I would second that. I've said this before on stream, but when SQL was created back in the 70s, it was one of those earlier languages, right? And so most of the folks, the people who developed SQL knew that the folks who were going to learn this, many of them had never seen a computer before, much less use one. And so everything, how can we make this easy for people to pick up the basics, right? And the way they did that was they made SQL similarly written to the English language. They wanted SQL to sound like you were writing a sentence in English. And so, therefore, if you're querying a table with a filter on it, you would say, if you wanted all the things from that table, you would simply say select star, so the asterisk wildcard, select star from table name, where, and then your filters. Right? Those are English terms that mean what they say they mean and do what they say they do. And that's how you can grab items from a table with a filter on it. I mean, it's that easy. The basics of SQL are extremely easy to pick up, and that's why I recommend it to everybody. If you're curious about it, I have an intro to SQL stream.
Sign 420 just followed.
Thank you, Sign. Um, Thank you for the follow. I have an intro to SQL stream on my YouTube channel, exclamation point YouTube. If you want to check it out, it's ad free. I don't monetize my YouTube. And just go to my channel and search SQL, and you will get an intro to SQL stream that you can watch and pick up enough basics. People have gotten hired from that intro to basic SQL stream. They've told me as such. They said that you gave me just enough SQL to pass the job interview, and then after that, you pick up so much more on the job. But honestly, the basics are all you need to get started, and it's so easy to pick up. Easy to learn, hard to master, I think is the term. Doom is the final transition for NVM users. Disillusion says, I still have nightmares of stupidly complex queries from my DB systems lecture. Well, in my job, I only have the occasional join that I can Google, and that's it. Yeah. For most analytics, you're only going to need very, very basic, simple SQL that can do a lot for you. You're going to be using the same things over and over again, where clauses, simple joins, maybe one join, maybe two joins tops. Mostly a single, usually just single joins. Um, and it's mostly just about knowing the data that's in your database, and that will allow you to do a lot. Yeah, and learning how to normalize a database is fantastic. Yeah, learning to think in terms of relational database structure is fun. Absolutely. SQL is very important. Yeah. Oh, it actually ended at 7. So Dr. Moto, it was a 4-hour stream. We ticked over the top there at 7. Yep. Yeah, absolutely, Odare. Yeah. Yeah, so we're probably going to wrap up here pretty soon, but does anybody have any questions for me in general? Anything like that? Anything else they want to talk about? Ask the group. Yeah, Odare, I'm going to try that too. Absolutely. Oh, sorry, Dr. Moto. What was the poll? I apologize. Oh, Vim key bindings or QWERTY key bindings. Are you talking about using Vim key bindings in VS Code? Is that what you're talking about? Replacing with QWERTY shortcuts? Frankly says preventing duplicate data entry into a database and how to delete data is way more complicated than putting it in. Yeah, that's why I recommend that folks who are new to SQL just focus on the read aspects. So when we're talking about CRUD, create, read, update, delete, just focus on the read aspect, and that will get you most of what you need. Most of the time, you're not going to be allowed write access to the database anyway. So most of the time you're not going to be touching anything because the database administrators are not going to let you touch stuff. They don't want Joe Schmo getting in there with their greasy Cheeto fingers and and messing up their tables and doing putting little bobby tables in there and dropping everything. So most of the time you're only going to have read only access to the database anyway. And so if you're really good at that, then you're going to be able to do whatever the heck you want. Low effort said you had other kittens on the a few months ago on the stream a few months ago. How many cats have you fostered? I've been fostering for years, actually. Um, Gosh, how long has it been? I have been fostering machine for about eight years, maybe. Not constantly. Sometimes off and on. But yeah, I think about 8 years I've been fostering kittens. I've started out fostering in Kentucky, and now I foster for the shelter where I live now. Joe Schmo with his pizza hands. Yeah, when the database administrators do let you touch something in the SQL database, it's not on prod anyway, so what you do isn't going to matter. Yeah, exactly. Thank you for the sub, Ube. Wow, thank you so much. I'm sorry the alert didn't work. Let me pin your sub message to the top of the chat. Thank you so much, Ube. I really appreciate it. Dr. Mona says, I want to adopt a cat you foster. Feel like I can't do adoptions directly. They have to come through the shelter. Was it says you're really an animal? Yeah, I absolutely am. Both of my parents are veterinarians, actually. That's probably why. Frankly says, how old are the kittens when they're ready? They have to be 2 pounds. So age can vary. Sometimes it takes them much longer to reach 2 pounds than others, honestly. If they've been sick for a while, then often takes them a much longer time. Also, if they're injured in any way, then they can't be adopted right away. Or if they're still on medicine, then they can't be adopted either until they're better. All right, I'm doing a new poll right now. Vim key binds in the future. So this one's just yes or no. Will you use Vim keybinds in the future after everything we've talked about today? All right, the poll is going at the top of the chat window as requested by Dr. Moto. Dr. Moto says, which shelter? It's in the Midwest. Mattel says, watching farriers is so sad. Yeah, it absolutely is. I grew up around horses as well, and so I'm familiar with farriers and the type of work that they do. For anybody who doesn't know, a farrier is someone who takes care of a horse or cow's hooves, any farm animal that has hooves generally needs some kind of care in a farm environment. And so a farrier is the person who takes care of their hooves. They might also put horseshoes on a horse, that sort of thing. Frankly says 15 weeks is the rule here for adoption age, so they learn to speak cat properly. Sure. Keith says, "Well, given I've been using VVim for 30 years, guess I'll carry it." Be sure to vote in the poll there, Keith. Yeah. Dr. Moto says, "Poor hooves." The farrier work is good for them, honestly. It's sort of like how the way you trim your fingernails, right? Um, I mean, if we were working outside working outside and doing hard labor every day, all day, our nails probably wouldn't grow very quickly. But most of us, not all of us, I'm sure, but most of us, spend time working indoors on domestic tasks. And so our fingernails get long and we need to trim them. That's exactly what farriers do. And farm animals are the same. They're not wild, they're not roaming hundreds of miles or whatever in a week. And so they need a little extra nail trims occasionally. Yeah. Any other questions? I always love these post topic chats that we have because I never know what's going to come up. It's great. Frankly says, how about cows? That's a great question. So with cows, it really depends on the environment that they're living in. So some cows are out roaming around on large pastures, and so most of the times they don't need footwork unless they do something like step on a stone or a nail, get something in their hoof. um, However, if they're penned up inside of a restricted environment, sometimes their hooves will get long and they do need trim. um, it just depends on the environment that they're living in. Dr. Moto says, "Let's just like my German Shepherd. She got long nails, but my other dog has short nails from walking so much." Exactly. That's it. Yeah. Low Effort says, "Do you know that Vim is charity? Yeah, absolutely. We actually looked at the Vim website. So this is the Vim website. We looked at it at the start of the stream. And yeah, if you want to, Vim is a free download. But if you would like to, you can support the efforts that the Vim community is doing. Um, you can, get some merch. You can support their work in, I believe it was in Uganda. Where is it at? Sponsoring? Was it sponsoring? You can sponsor the development, and you can also help kids in Uganda if that's something you would wish to do. Mm-hmm. Ah, that's a great question, Scout 10. They say, do horseshoes actually do anything? Does it make a difference to the horse? It absolutely does. So it mainly makes a difference if that horse is being ridden or driven, in like a horse and cart. If that horse is doing a lot of walking or moving on a hard surface such as cement. Which, if a horse is, a cart horse on a road, or if it's spending a lot of time like in a cement barn, um, then yes, those horseshoes are vital because if you think about it, horses are big, right? They're very heavy. They weigh like at least 1,000 pounds. And horses basically the way their foot is structured, it would be like you walking on your fingertips. It's just the way their bone structure works. They walk like their foot is essentially like this, as if I was walking on my fingertips. That's the way their bones are built. Um, and so, if you put a very heavy weight on a very hard surface, that the foot is going to start to give way and split and crack, and it's not healthy for the horse. It's very painful. And so, what horseshoes do is they help provide a stability and structure. And sometimes horseshoes can have padding in them that have some impact resistance. There's all different types of horseshoes out there, aside from the traditional metal ones. Um, and so, yeah, they absolutely help keep the integrity of the hoof, add strength. And yeah, they're absolutely vital for working horses, horses that are being ridden a lot, because you're taking a heavy horse and you're putting a heavy human on top of it, and so they need that extra support in their hooves. Yeah, that's a great question, Scout 10. But they absolutely do help. Now, not every horse needs shoes. Horses that are out to pasture all the time, walking on nice, soft, grassy ground or soft earth, they may not need shoes. They may be fine without. Just depends. Miss Clara Horse Girl. Yeah, I did grow up with horses, so I know something of their needs. And for fashion. Yeah, I mean, there is an aspect of that. People expect a horse to have shoes. And low effort says not a lot of asphalt for horses' ancestors. Yeah, that's true, right? People say, well, why do we need any of this stuff? And it's because we're
Scoutin just
thank you
followed.
for the follow, Scoutin. It's because we're putting horses in a different environment than the environment that they evolved for, and so we need to accommodate that. Frankly said, some farmers here announce when they release the cows out from the barns after a long winter inside. They're very happy and skip and jump. Very fun. Yeah, cows have a lot of personality, more personality than people give them credit for. I grew up with cows as well. And yeah, they're super fun animals. They aren't fun in the way that we would think of a like a horse or a dog, but they absolutely have personality and they have curiosity, um, and a certain measure of intelligence. Yeah. There's a story about a guy who put an AT-AT costume on his horse, talking about the Star Wars AT-AT, the big walking robot thing. Horse gets pissed off if he removes the costume. Yeah, horses can absolutely be jerks. They're very good at that. From computer science to veterinarian, you know how it's done. Yeah, I have approximate knowledge of many things. Yep, cows have best friends. They do. Well, any herd animal, whether it's a horse or a cow or a deer, is going to have the capacity to build social bonds because that's how herds work, right? If you're talking about a prey animal that is herd driven, they need to be able to collaborate with others in order to survive. Like that. That's how they evolved. And so people are surprised when they think, oh, these herd animals have best friends. Well, that's literally social bonds that make up a herd. And so they're absolutely going to have friends. It's That's a component of how they survive. AT-AT, yeah. Cows are, yeah, they're very friendly animals. Absolutely. Yeah, and they love scratchies. Yeah, they're very itchy. They have very thick skin, um, but and they tend to get tons of parasites and flies and things.
Dark_Umber just followed.
Thank you for the follow, Dark Umber. Yeah, I love talking about animals in general. Uh, I've had a lot of animals. Once again, I'm the child of veterinarians, so animals are a big part of my life, and so I'm happy to talk about them as well. Wizard says, I haven't thought that cows and sheep have complex relations. Once again, it's even if you, so we can debate all day how smart these animals are, smart in a traditional sense. But if you think about it in terms of a survival perspective, it makes sense for them to be able to relate to each other and form bonds. Because of an animal that can't form bonds is going to be kicked out of the herd and won't be able to survive. Right? They're going to be ostracized if they can't form bonds with other creatures. Talking about animals, we still need to. Yeah, I do also plan to do a dedicated stream about what it's like to foster kittens. Um, the good, the bad, the ugly, right? Everything about it. Um, all the nitty gritty of what goes into it and how you can do it and techniques for fostering effectively. Yeah.
Irnatyan just followed.
Thank you, Air, and thank you for stopping in, Wizard Blizzard. It was great to see you. Can't form bonds with other creatures just like me. Some cows love to use foot, yeah, and horses love toys too. Yeah, you can give them a large, rubber ball, and they'll play with it. Yeah. So many other creatures can do things like play and socialize. Oh, thank you, Wizard. Yeah, great to see you. Oh, okay. Folks have said that they will use Vim key bindings going forward. I agree. I would vote yes on that as well. Yep. Yeah, pigs are smart as well. Yeah, absolutely acknowledge the intelligence of pigs. I personally am slightly afraid of pigs. That's just me. They're very loud. They can move really fast, and they can be extremely strong and aggressive. So I absolutely value and acknowledge their intelligence without going anywhere near them. That's just me. Ah, okay. Pirate Software, a dev, has a separate stream of his ferrets called Ferret Software. Oh, that's awesome. Devil says, why not use a mouse instead? Sorry, instead of what? I want to make sure I understand your question. Oh, yes. And thank you once again for the sub, Ube. I really appreciate that. I'm sorry the alert isn't working. I tried switching alert types recently, and my sub alerts just aren't showing up. So anytime I do get a sub, I try to make sure I pin it to the top of the chat so it stays there and everybody can see it and acknowledge that sub. Oh, I get it. Ah, ha, ha. The joke fell right over my head. Sorry about that, devil. A little slow in the draw. Instead of ferrets, yeah, I get it. I actually I've had pet rats before. They're really good little pets too. Yeah. Right now, I just have a dog and my foster kittens. Yeah, I don't know. It could be either way. I'm going to assume it was a really clever pun about the ferrets versus a mouse, which I appreciate. Oh, Ahmed says, what is that redeem? So Ahmed is asking about my channel point rewards. One of my rewards is redeem, create an AI generated image. Yes. So I have Stable Diffusion installed on my machine. And so if you can redeem that and we can AI generate an image using Stable Diffusion. I don't think I have the most recent version installed because we haven't done it in a while. So I might have to do an update. So if you want to hold on to that, we can do it next time. Oh, Ahmed redeemed it. Okay, sorry. I might need to. I think I might need to update Stable Diffusion. We could probably run it based on the my first name is Jorge. Yeah, we could probably. Oh no, it's okay, Ahmed. We can do it now. It's all right. We can do it now. So this will be the last thing that we do today. We. What prompt would you like? I can refund you if you want. It's up to you. I can refund you, and we can do it next time. I can make sure I get Stable Diffusion updated, or we can do it today. Either way is fine. Actually, and Ahmed, I'll just um, I can just remember your redemption, and then we can do it next
Replies
time if you
just
prefer.
followed.
But thank you for the follow, Ricardo. Whatever you want to do, Ahmed, you can choose. Frankly says, for a long time I thought rhinos were kind of slow till I saw one in real life in a zoo galloping around. Yeah, those big animals can move real fast. It's like hippopotamuses, rhinos, cows, pigs. They're chunky, but they're really strong. Next time, okay, Ahmed. Yes, next time at the end of stream. Next time, we will do an AI generated prompt of your choosing, and how that works is I generate the results using Stable Diffusion, and then I will send you via the method of your choice. I will send you the output so you can use it for whatever you want. Dr. Moto says, "What is next stream? Is Vim Golf? I'm not sure yet. I don't think that far ahead. I'll be honest." Outside of the React series that we did, I don't normally think that far ahead on stream topics. I don't know. We'll see. Surprise! If you want to know what the next stream is going to be, follow me on Twitter, um, at Mayanwolf on Twitter, same as my Twitch username. You can follow me there, and that's where I announce my stream topic on the day of. So that's when you'll know. Yeah, and there's Next.js as well. Um, yeah, I'm thinking I might want to get more practice in React, but we'll see. I don't know yet. Make a app that takes the image prompts and sends it to the AI. Actually, that's so the I'm using a Stable Diffusion GUI that does that already. So it's hooked up to Stable Diffusion. Uh, it's a nice GUI that already does that. So already been built. Okay. Well, while y'all are finishing up the conversation there, let's find somebody to raid. Oh, we got choices today. Okay. We've got our good friend CM Griffin, great friend of the stream. We've got Team Vash. I think we rated them not too long ago. We also have a new one here that I follow. I've been trying to follow some more small streamers recently. We've got East Shade Studios. I don't remember what they do. Let me look at them. They look like they're building. I think they might be doing some game dev. They've only got a few viewers right now. How about we go? Um, I would prefer to raid somebody who's actually doing some dev work if I can. Um, so let's maybe give them a let's give East Shade a raid. They've only got 20 viewers right now. Let's show them some love. Um, we raid CM Griffin a lot. They're great. We love them. But let's raid somebody new.
No cake just followed.
Now I don't know anything about this particular channel, so I don't. They're probably great. It looks like they're building a game. Let's see what they're up to. All right, I'm starting the raid now. I will see you all next week for some surprise stream topic. Once again, follow me on Twitter if you want to know what that topic is ahead of time. Uh, and I will see you all next week. Raid is starting now. Here we go. All right. Have a great week, everybody. Raiding in 3, 2, 1, and go. Raid now.